Hello fellow YouTubers, welcome back to my channel again. And if you are familiar with this channel as to date, you know we build real world applications, so applications that you can actually implement in one of your projects, or you can even implement it at your work, right? So this is the whole purpose of this channel. We want to take you from a point of learning something and actually being able to use it in a real world scenario, right? So today you can see I'm on my local host, right? If you don't pay attention clearly, you might be thinking like this is actually a real Google Calendar, but this is our clone that we're going to do today, right? It's a Google Calendar clone, right? So this is my Google Calendar and this is the Google's one, right? You can see there's a difference here in terms of the bar on top here, right? But you can see I've done most of the features that come with Google Calendar, right? Some of the features we're not going to do them like these calendars here, we're not going to do them right here, but I would like to give you a challenge, ladies and gentlemen. If you are excited about this project, you can actually send a pull request. I'll be happy to see what you want to improve on this Google Calendar, right? But without wasting time, let's look into the features of this calendar that you're going to implement today in this tutorial, right? Currently I'm on a month view, as you can see here, right? This is my month view, and you can see there are also some events. This is the current date for today where I'm doing this recording, right? It's the 1st of October 2024. Currently I'm in the month view. I can be able to toggle and change this to a week view. In a week view, you can see you can only show this current week, right? This current week started on the 29th, right? And also there's a timeline on my left side, right? Exactly. And also you can see there are also events which pertain to a particular date, right? They're in that particular box where they're supposed to be. And also there's a time indicator, right? So our time indicator it's going to indicate based on the time we're currently on, right? Perfect. We can also go and see the day view. There's the day view. Today is the 1st of October. These are the events for today, right? And these are the times where these events are supposed to happen, and also the current time indicator, right, which is this red line here, right? Okay, for example, let me say, for example, I would like to add an event, right, on today, and the event is going to start at around 1700 hours, right? I can just click on this box here, right? Or any of the box, right? It doesn't matter, right? Then I'll say for example, today's event, just like that. Today's event like that. Then I'll just select 1700 hours, right? 1700 hours. Then I can just add a simple description here, right? You won't be able to add guests yet, don't worry about that. We're not going to fully vamp into Google Calendar, right? These guys, they took years to perfect what they have, but you're going to do most of it, right? So after that, then we can hit save. There's a saving indicator. Then after some time the dialog closes, and there is our event here. It actually shows on that specific time, right? Perfect. In my day view, right? Let me go in my month view. You can see there is that event which shows here, right? The event that we just added right now. If I go in my week view, there is that event. It should show later today on 1700 hours, right? Perfect. Exactly. So there's some things that you can be able to do with this calendar. You can be able to navigate the upcoming months. Like for example, let's go into November, right? Let me go into my month view, and let me go into, for example, December 2024. So on the 1st of December, I can add a event there, right? You can see the date is actually selected for us, Sunday, December 1, right? It's selected for us. If I want to add an event on the 14th of December, see, Saturday 14th of December, right? Just like that. Let me go even into May 2025 or the 15th. You can see there's the May 15th. This is 2025, right? This is what you'll be able to do, right? You can just quickly create an event from this button here on my left, which says create, and you can be able to create an event just like that, right? And you can be able to navigate through the months, right? So our calendar allows us to use these indicators to go either ahead or backward, just like that. And also there are also the current weeks, right? So let me click on today. You can see this is the 40th week, right? So this is also a feature that we have on our sidebar small calendar, right? As you can be able to see here, right? Okay, perfect. So this is the calendar we're going to be building, ladies and gentlemen, and I really hope you learned something. One thing I would like to mention before we proceed, you can actually be able to hide the sidebar just like that and also show it just like that, right? Same as what we're able to see here. You see, it's perfect, just like that, right? And let's say you go to a far date. If you just click on today, you are taken back to today's date, right? And you can be able to see the events for today, right? One thing I've tried to do is responsiveness on this particular calendar of ours, which we don't actually get on the Google Calendar, right? We don't get that responsiveness just like that. But I've tried by all means to add some form of responsiveness. As you can see, it's not 100% perfect, but I would like to give you a challenge so that you can be able to make everything sit properly, sit nicely, right? Exactly, right. So that's the month view and also the week view. I've added some form of responsiveness just like that. And if you go on the day view, it's absolutely perfectly fitting on each and every screen, right? Perfect. So this is what we're going to be building today, right? Just in case you might be wondering, like, where are we saving the data that we are actually, inputting here as an event, right? So this is actually full stack, application that we have here. And for data persisting, we're actually using Neon PostgreSQL, right? And I would like to give a shout out to Neon and the team, right? So they are very generous. They've actually, made it possible for this video to be, shared to you guys, right? Thank you, Neon and the team, right? So there's actually a production deployed app, as you can see on this URL link here, right? This is actually the live, project, right? So let's take a look at the tech stack we're going to be using, right? So we're going to be using Neon, like I mentioned. That's the database we're going to be using, and we're going to be using Next.js, which is actually basically a React framework, right? It makes it possible for us to just start things and get started already, right? And for the UI, we're not going to be using 100%, relying 100% on Shashian, but we like to use some of the things like, your drop downs and these other things here. So we're going to be using Shashian UI in some of the components of our project, like for example, this scroller here, scroll area here, right? And for styling, we're going to be using Tailwind CSS, simple and straightforward to use. We're going to be using TypeScript for typing. I think it's very important when you're working with dates, right? So if you know JavaScript, it's fine. We're not going to be using, fancy types here, right? You can follow along and you can actually use it, right? And the library we're going to be relying on is Day.js, right? So this is the library that you can take a look at, see how they are using their methods in terms of manipulating dates, how you can be able to set dates, how you can be able to read the year and all those things, right? So that's basically what we're going to be using. Let's go ahead and start the project. On my desktop, I'm using a Windows machine, so I have got Git bash installed on my machine. So I'm just gonna right click and say Git bash here. I'm just going to have my project on my desktop, right? So if you go on Next.js documentation, there's a guideline of how you can actually do an installation of Next.js, right? So we're gonna start with installing that. I'm gonna paste that and have that installed on my desktop, right? Next.js will ask me what's the name of my application. My application is going to be called Google Calendar Clone, right? So I'm just gonna type Google Calendar here, Google, then space calendar, right? Calendar like that. Is that how it types calendar? Calendar, right? Google Calendar Clone, just like that, right? I hit enter. Are you going to be using TypeScript? Yes, we're going to be using TypeScript. ESLint, yes. Tailwind, yes. Source directory, no. App router, yes, we're going to be using the app router. Then this one is saying no, right? So everything will go ahead and get installed on my desktop machine. Once Next.js installation is done, you can see success here. So let's actually go into the project, or rather the directory where we have installed Next.js, right? Then I'll just say code space dot period, just like that, so that I can be able to open a Visual Studio Code, right? So in my case, I'm going to be using VS Code, right? I think this is the most popular one that people really use right outside there, right? So what I'm going to do, I'm going to do a quick clean, right, of all the unwanted files here. I'm still using Nextjs 14, right? So if you look in our package.json, you can see I'm still on 14, right? Exactly, right? So I'm just going to do a quick cleanup. Then once we have cleaned everything, I'll show you how my initial layout, my project layout looks like. All right, I've done a cleanup and I've cleaned this global.css, and I'm only left with those tailwind imports, right? Just like that. And also in my layout, I just changed this metadata here to just have a title and the description, just like that. In my page, I removed everything that I don't need, and it's just simply a div here, right? So what we're going to do is just to open a new integrated terminal right now, right? I usually like to use git bash, so it's actually installed on my machine because I installed git bash before, right? So I prefer to use git bash. I'm just gonna close this PowerShell, and I'm going to split my terminal into two, just like that, right? So on my left side, I'm going to be installing dependencies, and I will just simply run my server on the right side, right? So we're using npm, so I'm just going to say npm run dev, right? So that I can start my project. Once I start our project, we should be able to just see a blank screen, right? So let's just go on our browser, open our browser, and let's just navigate to localhost, right? Localhosts, and the default port is port 3000, just like that. Cool. On our browser, you can see our server is actually running perfectly, right? One thing I would like to do quickly is actually to just install shardcn, right? So just go on shardcn, and we're using Next.js. Make sure you select Next.js, right? So we're just gonna hit this command. We're using npm, right? So let me put this on a side and also put this on a side, so just side by side, so that you can be able to see what we're doing, right? So in this left side of my terminal, I'm just going to initialize shardcn, just like that. So basically, I'll be asking a couple of questions here. Would you like to install the following packages? I'll say yes. So I'll just tap enter, and yes, I'm just gonna make everything to yes, right? So everything just like that. Okay, so it's updating my global css, installing dependencies. So you can see in the global css something has changed there, right? So once that is done, what we're going to do while that is doing on the background, is going to create, I think, a components folder on our project directory here, right? So in that components folder, I'll have my own custom components as well, right? So we're going to have some of the components from shardcn, and some of them we're just going to be making them on our own. So shardcn installation is complete here, right? But you can see I don't have a components folder, right? So I'm just going to install one of the dependencies we're going to be using, or rather a component we're going to be using from shardcn, right? So I'm just going to add that select, so that I can have, you know, a folder created for us here by shardcn, right? So let's have that. Now I do have a components folder, right? And also shardcn is also created this file, right? And inside here there's a components folder already, right? So inside the components folder, I'm going to have a structure which is just easy to navigate, which is cleaner, right? So for the header component, I'm going to create a folder or directory called header, right? That's where all my header components and other, you know, things that I need for the header are going to be here, right? So we're going to start with the header. Then the other thing we're going to have is perhaps the sidebar, right? So I need to have a sidebar folder inside components, right? Just like that, right? So inside the header here, what I can just basically do is go inside and create a file. I'll just say header.tsx since we're using TypeScript, right? And I can just run this command rfc to just quickly, create a component as quickly as possible, right? So I don't need to import this, right? Export default function header, right? Then I can be able to use this header inside my page, for example, right? So I can import it here just like that, right? So let me make sure like I import it. So if I import it like that, I should be able to see the header now on my page here, right? Okay, our browser is fully loaded. We can be able to see the header here, right? The word header here, right? Cool, right? So before we proceed, we'd like to do a couple of installations, right? For icons, I'm just going to default to React icons, right? React icons. Yeah, I know Shutcn comes with Lucid, but I just don't want to be surprised to look for some of the icons that I can't find from Lucid. So I'll just default to React icons, where I can be able to see thousands and thousands of icons, right? Okay, so let's have that. Let's install that, right? And quickly, let's just go to Day.js.org, and on the installation, we would like to install Day.js, right? So this is the package we'll be using to manipulate our dates, to work with our dates, right? Okay, cool, right? Then the other thing I would like to show you, for example, if you go on our calendar, right, on our calendar, on our main calendar, you can be able to see like there is an icon here, this icon, this picture here, right? So would like to have that. So what I just did is just to go to the usual Google Calendar, right, that I have. Then I just inspect it, right? Right click and go into inspect your dev tools, or inspect element, right? Then I saw like actually this is where Google have their resources, their assets here, right? So if I click on that URL, it takes me to something like this, right? It takes me to something like this, right? You can be able to see it. So today is the 1st. So actually what they do, they put calendar /1 2x dot, right? So let's say you want to see the one for maybe the 10th, right? And let's press enter. You can see there's a 10 here, that. So that's how basically you can get these icons, right? So I would like to make it possible and easy for you, right? What I will just do, I'll just bring in that folder, the public folder. You can see on our directory, on our Google on our project directory, we don't have a public folder, right? So I'll just bring the public folder for you just like that, right? I'll just say copy folder. It will copy all these images that I just got from Google, some of them, right? You can see all of them, there they are. So all of them are up to the 31st, right? Exactly. So you now have the icons, right? So React icons is done installing. I would like to bring Day.js as well here, right? So while Day.js is just installing, the other thing we need to look at, I think that's all for now. So what we can do basically is now to check how we should lay out how we can start with the design of our project, right? So we're gonna start with the header since it's the one that we have here, right? So let me close all of this, right? And just go to components again inside the header folder. Inside there, this header, that's the one we're gonna deal with, right? So let's just start building that, right? So it's actually a div that we have here. Let's take a look at what we have on our completed project. So we can see we've got the left side and with the right side. So that's how we're going to split our header. We're going to split between the left side and the right side, right? Let's quickly go ahead now and do that, right? And inside here, we need to create a file called left, right? Left, then we can just say side.tsx, just like that. Exactly. Then we just quickly create a component just like that. RFC, right? RFC. There we are. Then we can just say left side. So this is going to be left side of left side, we can name it anyhow that we want to name it, right? So for example, let's just quickly get a good name that we can name our component as, right? So this one, I would just like to call it header left, just like that. Header left, just like that. Then we can also create a file called right side.tsx. Right, then RFC to quickly create a functional component. RFC, just like that. Then we can, this one we can just call it header right. Header right. So this one should be right. Right, perfect, just like that. So once we have this, we can actually import them inside inside the main header here, right? So inside the main header, this is what we would like to have. We like to import that, but we need some class names here, right? So let me remove this word here. We need to bring in, let's do like this, class name, right? And we're just going to say mx, so that we have some nice paddings here, right? As you can see, some nice paddings or margins actually on our header, right? So what we're going to say is say mx left and right margin of 3, and it's gonna be flex, left and right side, right? So we're gonna say it's flex, right? Then I'll just say item center, everything, justify between, should be justify between. Then padding top and right, we need 4, just like that. Okay, so once I'm done like that, then I can bring in now my header left, right? So I can bring in header left, just like that. Okay, cool. So let's make sure we import it from left side. Then we can just bring in header right as well, right? Then we can bring in header right. So let's make sure you import correctly, header right. Okay, so once you do like that, you can just refresh and we should be able to see right side and left side. Okay, there we go. We've got our left side and our right side, right? Now we can work nicely on this, right? There's something I need to do quickly, right? Let me just say clear here, right? Clear. Something I need to do quickly. Sometimes I can just type these, tailwind classes, right? But they are not in a correct order, right? So I just need to have everything like, auto sorting and neat, right? According to their order of, importance, right? If we look at this plugin where we can be able to automatic class sorting with Prettier, right? If you go on this particular link here, you can be able to install these dependencies, right? You can be able to install these dependencies. And this is how we do it. You can just do like this, install these dependencies, right? After install those dependencies, then you can just create this file here, right? You can create this file. It actually starts with the dot, the period actually, right? So let's create it here, just like that file, and let's actually have this inside that file, right? So we can copy this and have it here inside here, right? Let me just sort it just like that. Hit save, right? While this is installing, let's wait for that to install, right? So what this actually allows us to do, we can have our classes sorted out nicely, right? In terms of order and importance. You can see on the documentation here, this is actually what they're actually telling us here, right? So I actually also want to have this, right? So make sure you have it. If you want to have, auto sorting, everything look nice and neat, you can have that, right? So let me close these, right? So we have our left side, right side. Let's start with the left side, right? So on the left side, so let me close some of these. Let's look at the completed project, right? On the left side, we have this, the image, the word calendar, the button, and these chevrons here, and also the date, right? So we need to have that. So if you go on the left side of our component, of our header, we can actually start populating some code here, right? And as usual, I think it's also a flex. So the whole component is actually, we can give it class names or flex, right? So we can say class name, right? Then we can say flex, right? It can be item center, and we need to just give a gap of 3, just like that. Okay, so what can we start with? We can actually start with the this section first of all, right? We can start with this section here where we have a button, image, and the word, right? We can do like that, right? Let's go to CN. We need to have a button component. We're going to be using a button. You can see we have a button here, right? So let's just make use of a CN button, right? So go to CN, look for button. There's a button. Then you select your package that you're using to install it. So I'm just gonna go on my left side here, add a button, just like that. Okay, cool. So once that is adding, let's go ahead now, quickly keep on typing what we're typing, right? Okay, so let's take a look. You can see, right, something that I can be able to do. If I click on this button, the sidebar hides, right? But the other thing as well, if we're on a smaller screen, that side is actually hidden, right? That whole left side where we have the button up to calendar year, this side it's hidden, right? So this is gonna be its own div, its own section. This is gonna be its own section, and also this own section, right? So that's how we're going to be doing it. Let's just quickly put it into practice and see how we can make this work, right? So this is gonna be a div, actually, a div. Then it's gonna be have a class name of hidden, right? Hidden, just like that. And also items should be center, right? And also on the large screen, now we can have it to be flex. So instead of being hidden, on large screen should be flex, right? So yeah, I'm just using shorter way of quickly writing an element and giving it classes, right? Once I hit enter, then we have that div. So inside that div, that's where now we have got the button, right? So we have this button, right? And now you can see we're being given an error here, say this one does not it's not defined. Let's make sure like we import it from CN. Okay, so import it from CN, and the variant of this, we can give a variant, right, according to CN, and we like to make this button to be actually of the type ghost, variant ghost, actually, right? Just like that. Okay, so we can also give it a class name, and it should be rounded full, right? So it's gonna be rounded, and the rounded should be full, just like that. And we give it a padding of 2, right? Padding of 2, just like that. Cool, right? Then we're gonna give it an on click later on, but what we like to do right now, we need to have an icon inside, right? So the icon is actually menu icon, right? Just like that. And we can give it a class name, and give it a size, actually, right? We can just say the size should be something like 6, right? Something like 6, right? So it's actually an icon which is inside a button, right? And that icon, we're gonna get it from we can just use Lucid React for now, right? But remember, we actually installed React icons, right? So whenever we don't find an icon, we can just simply default to React icons if we don't find it from Lucid React, right? So once you have that, our page should be loading, right? So once our page is loading, let's keep on typing here, right? So there's no auto formatting. I need to have auto formatting here, right? So let me quickly sort that one, format document. Okay, I might need to restart my Visual Studio Code editor here, so I'm gonna do that quickly. All right, I've restarted my Visual Studio Code editor, so Prettier is now working and auto formatting is actually now working, right? Okay, so this is where we are. I've also put some comments here so that you can be able to see what we are doing, right? So we're going to be creating, this is the main div, the parent div of our left side of our header, right? So inside we're going to have 1 section, 2, 3, 4 sections, right? Because if we go on our completed project, we have 1 section, 2, 3, and 4, right? So this is what we have. So this is what we're going to have. So we've got this side of the sidebar tugler, today button, navigation controls, and the today's date, right? So that's what we're going to create in here, right? So we are done with the this part here. So you can see there's a button now. So inside there's actually an icon, right? So we're done with that. So we now need to have an icon here, right? Okay, right. So inside here we need to bring in an image, right? So we just need to bring an image. I'm just gonna make it simple for you, right? We're going to bring an image component, and we're gonna import it from Next.js, right? Make sure you import it from Next.js, right? That image. Okay, still importing, right? Let's quickly import, let's manually import it actually, just like that. Okay, right. So we don't have this as yet, so let me remove this. I'm gonna show you where to get that. All right, let's remove that. So we just need an image there, and it needs to have a source, right? Source equals we're just going to say /image, then / what do we have in the public image? We have calendar, right? So the name is called calendar, then _1_2x.png, just like that. So we're just gonna have it like that. Okay, so we have an image, and we also now need to have the text that just says calendar, right? The text that just says calendar, right? So we are done with the sidebar toggle and calendar icon. So we've got a button which toggles our sidebar, and also an image to show the current date, and also the word calendar, right? So we are done with this section inside the parent div here, right? So let's go to today's button. So today's button, we just need a button that just says today, right? So let me bring that here, right? We need a button, so we're going to not have an on click for now, right? Just a button just like that, that just says today. Cool, just like that, right? Then we need to have the navigation controls. So these are the chevrons, right? Which is either an arrow pointing to the left or an arrow pointing to the right. So that's what we need to have as well. Let me keep on refreshing so that we can be able to see the changes as we type, right? On the navigation controls, what I'm going to bring is basically a div, right? A div with the class name flex, item center, and gap3, right? So it's actually a div, right? Flex, item center, gap3, and we now need to import these from, I like the ones from React icon, right? React icons md, and also let's import this one from React icons.md as well. Exactly. We're not gonna have an on click for now. We're going to implement that later on, right? For now, we're just focusing on the design, right? So if we take a look now on what we have on the navigation controls, it should just be 2 arrows, right? 2 arrows, the left and the right arrow, right? Let me quickly refresh this, right? There we have a calendar. We're still waiting for the arrows to show on the UI, right? So once we are done with that, let's proceed now to this section here where we are actually displaying today's date, right? So for that, we just need an h1, which will be actually hidden but shown on a large screen, right? So we need an h1 here, right? Just the one that just shows today's date. So for now, we're just going to type it manually and call it October 1st, just like that, and say 2024. Okay, perfect, just like that. Okay, cool. So we're done with the left side, right? So the left side is actually div, and inside that div we have got, you know, various elements. The one that shows the button, image, and an h1, and also a button today, and also the navigation controls, and also a div that simply says that shows us the today's date, right? So let's maximize and see our project. There we have it. You can see the button, an image, calendar today, and the navigation controls. We're supposed to be seeing a date here, right? I'm not so sure what's happening with Next.js in terms of quickly updating, but there we are. There you go. So we are basically done with the left side, right? Let's try to put it on a smaller screen. You can see the other elements are actually hidden, right? So without wasting time, let's now go to the right side. On the right side is nothing complicated, right? So on the right side, what we need, as you can see on our completed project, we need this kind of a selector, right? This kind of a selector, and we also need an avatar, right? So which means we need to go on CN. We need to get hold of an avatar so that we can be able to show it. So let's actually copy that component, install that component inside here, right? Okay, there we go. So whilst that is installing, we also need a select. Actually, we added it earlier on. We added this select component from CN. That's the one that we're going to use on our right side, where we should be able to click on a selector and show what we want to select, right? Okay, cool. So I'm going to bring the select component inside here on our right side, right? So if you go on CN, this is how the select element looks like, right? You can be able to click on it and be able to select the items you want to select, right? And this is how you basically import it, just like that. And make sure you install it and it's available in your project, right? Okay, so I'm gonna bring that. It's gonna be a div. This whole component is gonna be a div flex, right? Item center, right? So it's gonna be something like this. It's gonna be div flex item center with a space x of 4, right? Okay, don't worry about this search component for now. We just need to click it, and on value change, let's not have this for now, right? Let's not have that for now. And what we need to do, we need to actually import our select from UI components /UI/select, right? We need to import all those. So once you import them here, we should be able to see our select component here, right? Remember, we're also installing the avatar, right? So once the avatar is done installing, it should also be available in our component, right? So let's import that avatar as well here. So let's wait for it to fully install, and we should be able to import it. The avatar component is fully installed, so let's just import it in our component the way we want to use it. So I'll just import. Make sure you import from UI avatar, right? Don't import the one from Radix, right? And also avatar image, let's import it, right? Just like that. Avatar fallback as well, just in case we don't have an image. What are we going to show on the UI? It's basically this word CN, right? Cool, just like that. Okay, once you hit save, everything is imported. We should be able to see on the right side, you should be able to see that select as well as the avatar as well here, right? Cool. Now we can see our right side. You could an avatar as well as the select component here, right? But you can see this is not exactly what we have here. We just have a chevron that points down, just one chevron that points down like that, right? So what you can do, the nice thing with CN component is that you can actually customize them. So this is what you're going to do, right? We're going to go inside the select, inside UI, inside the select here, and we're going to have our own icon, right? So let's just quickly go inside select, inside UI, and make some changes that we need to make changes to, right? So what I would like to have is this icon, right? Instead of having this and this, I would like actually to have the one that I get from React Icons MD, right? That's the one I need to have inside here, right? Okay, why is it not importing? Okay, it's defined but never used, right? So this is the one that we're actually going to use now on that point, that correct. Instead of using a correct, we actually need to use this icon here, just like that, right? Okay, Seems as if we're having some issues here. What else are we having? Which error are we having? Caret. So let's remove it because we're not using it again here. Right, so this is the adjustment we need, right? So once we made that adjustment, instead of using a caret, we just using an arrow from, you know, React icons, which just points down like that, right? Okay, cool. So we have that sorted out. The next section we just need to deal with now is actually to create our main view. So what I could have done, I could have just created my main view under the header here, right? But let's not, I could have created like everything maybe inside here, right? But we'd like to make this a server component. We'd like to leave it like that. So we're just going to create a different component outside. So inside components, we're going to create a main view file there. So we're just going to call it main view, right? So this main view, that's the one that's going to accommodate all the other views. And we're going to be using a state management tool to just, you know, toggle which view we would like to see, right? So let's create that quickly, and let's revamp our, let's quickly scaffold our component quickly by just typing RFC, press enter. Right, there is our main view, right? So on our main view, it's just going to be basically the sidebar as well as the other components, the other children's here, right? So it's going to be a div, right? It's going to be a div. Then we're going to give it a class name of flex. So we're just going to say class name, and inside you're just going to say flex, just like that. Then first thing that we're going to take actually is actually the sidebar here. That's the first thing that we're going to have inside here, right? I'm going to comment it out like that. Then the rest is going to be a div again, where we have the various components inside there, right? So I would like to make this div of a class name with full and also flex one, so that it takes the all remaining width, right? Because our sidebar is going to be of a definite width, right? It's going to be a smaller width, right? So just like that. Then inside there, we're going to be using a condition, right? Depending on which view is selected, for example, month view, week view, or day view, then we're going to be showing it here, right? But for now, we're just going to quickly just have a month view here, right? So before we display that month view here, let's create now a different component for that, right? And let's go inside our components folder. Just in lowercase, I'm gonna type month minus view, just like that, tsx, right? Just tsx, just like that, right? Let's quickly scaffold our component, RFC, and it's going to be a functional component, and let's call it month view, right? So this is the month view that you would like to import inside the main view here, right? Inside the main view. So let's just quickly import it here, just like that, right? Make sure it's imported, right? So what we need to do is just basically save here quickly, hit save, and quickly come here so that we can be able to import it. Yeah, there we go. There we are importing it, right? Right, I'm gonna do Shift Control F so that I have an auto formatting here. Then this my main view, that's the one, it's gonna be a client component. That's the one I'll actually have inside my page here. So under header, we need to have the main view, right? So I'm just gonna quickly import the main view here, just like that. Cool. So make sure you import it. Main view. Import it just like that, right? So we should be able to see a month view here, right? Once this page is fully loaded, right? So once that is doing on the background, let's now quickly go into our month view, right? We'll create other various like a week view as well. We'll create it here. We're gonna create a week view and a day view, right? So in our month view, these are the things that we need. We just need a grid here, right? On this month view, we're gonna need a grid. But I think let's start with the sidebar. Before we proceed here, let's just start with the sidebar as well. So in our sidebar, what we actually need a major component here that we can call sidebar. So let's create a component and call it sidebar.tsx. Let's quickly scaffold it. typing RFC, hit enter. It's going to be a sidebar. Then that sidebar is going to, let's quickly look at our completed project, right? At our completed project, we have this one, this button that says create, and we've got a smaller calendar as well as these other, first components, right? So what we're gonna get, it's gonna be of a type aside, right? So instead of having a div here, let's just make sure like we keep to these elements here, which are descriptive aside, right? So this aside, we're gonna give it a width, definite width, right? And it's gonna be hidden, right? On a smaller screen, it's gonna be hidden, right? We're just gonna give it some transition, right? So that when you toggle it, it's gonna smoothly enter in, right? So for that, I'm just gonna bring in these classes here, right, that I have for the sake of time. So let me bring them here, right? And we don't need this for now. Let me just remove this for now. I'm gonna import this cn function from libutils, right, so that we can be able to do some conditions here as well, right? So we just basically use that, right? So this is gonna be our side, and we need number one, the create button, small calendar. Then this one we're gonna say search users, and this one we're gonna say my calendars, right? Those are small sub components that we need here, right? So inside sidebar, the first one we're gonna call it create. So inside here, I'm just gonna create a new file, call it create.tsx, right? Let's quickly scaffold it, RFC, just like that, and it's gonna be capital, just like that, create, right? So inside create, we're gonna need something like a button, right? So we're gonna render a button here. Instead of a div, we're gonna render a button, right? So that button, just gonna get it from cn, right? Right, close it like that. Okay, that's the button that we need. Import it from cn, and we have to import create inside the sidebar. So inside here, you have to import create, right? Make sure you import it. Okay, auto import is a bit slow, right? So after we have that create button, we're not gonna need what we call sidebar calendar. We can just call it sidebar calendar, right? So I'm gonna create a new file again. I'm gonna call it side minus bar side calendar, right? Just like that. It's actually minus, not a dot here, right? Sidebar calendar, just like that, .tsx, right? Let's quickly scaffold it. RFC, create a functional component, create functional component. Then I'm just gonna say sidebar calendar in all cases, right? Sidebar calendar, just like that. All right, so we're gonna have a sidebar calendar as well. So this sidebar calendar, we need to import it in our sidebar. So inside the after here, we need to import that sidebar, right? So make sure you import it. I'm gonna use auto import here. So what I just do on my Windows keyboard, I just press Control period, right? Okay, so we have a sidebar. Then the next sub component we need is actually this one. We're gonna call it search users. We're just gonna say search users, right? So we don't have functionality on it, so you can leave it, or you can just, for the sake of having a nice presentable calendar, you can just put it, right? So I'm just gonna put it quickly. Let me close these ones, right? Then I'm gonna create a new file. I'm gonna call it search users, small letters, right? Search users .tsx, just like that. Search users, right? So for the sake of time, I'm just gonna copy the completed code that I have, right? I'm just gonna copy the completed code and just bring everything here, right? So this is gonna be search users. There we go, we have search users, right? we also need an input from cn. So let me quickly go on cn and bring in the input element, right? All right, let me look for input, right? Input, where do you find input? There we go, we get the input, right? Make sure you import, you select the actual package manager you're using and edit here, right? So once that is edited, then we can just import this search users in our main sidebar component here, right? So here we're just gonna import search users, right? Just like that. Then the last sub component that we need is called we can call it my calendars, right? We can just call it my calendars, right? Because that's how it's shown actually on a Google Calendar, right? It's called my calendars, right? So we're gonna create that sub component as well. So create a new file, then calendars, right? So this, we're just gonna quickly scaffold these so that we keep going, right? So RFC, just like that. Or basically what I can do, because there's no functionality as well, I can just bring the code that we have, that I do have on my completed code here, right? Right, so I can just bring it just like that, and you can see here we actually have a checkbox and an accordion as well, right? So I would like to bring those from cn, so I need to bring checkbox and the accordion. All right, so I've added these components from cn. So basically we don't need actually the checkbox from cn, so let's just remove it from here, right? And let's just quickly format our component, right? Then we also need to import it inside the sidebar, the main sidebar, right? So inside here we just need to import this and call it it's called my calendars, just like that, right? Exactly. So make sure you import it right inside this. There we go, right? So this is what we get from, this is the actual Google Calendar, right? They call it my calendars, so that's what we need here, right? So this is basically what we are following. We need this create button, small calendar, search users, and my calendars. You can add this later on, but just for the sake of the design, how the view and look likes, right? That's what we're just basically copying here, right? So there's no much functionality here, right? In terms of this calendar, you can see it just has this array here that we map through those calendars, right? And there's an input element as well as a label, right? This label, just see like that, right? So that's what we have. So nothing much happening here, right? Okay, but you need to have something in the sidebar later on, right? As well as the search users doesn't have anything. So the ones we're going to concentrate on is actually the create and the sidebar calendar, right? Okay, good. Let me close those for now, and let me quickly just refresh here. While that is refreshing, inside my main view, I need to bring in that sidebar here. So here I'll just say import that sidebar, right? It's called sidebar. We call it sidebar, right? That's the name of the component. Make sure you import it here, right? There we go, right? So you can see this is a div, right? It's flex, right? And our sidebar, we've given it some classes, like the width should be 92, width of 92, which is basically a smaller width, right? It's gonna be hidden on smaller screens, but on large screens we're gonna display it, right? Like exactly just like that, right? Okay, cool. We're gonna give some conditions here in terms, like for example, when we do some toggling here, when you click this button, we can either toggle to show the sidebar or not show the sidebar. So that's what we're gonna do. So we need this functionality here, just like that. That's what we're going to do later on, right? So we've done with the sidebar, and let's now create for our main view. Let's now focus on the month view, right? So let's go into our month view, and in our month view, let's look at what are the things that we need in our month view, right? I'm just gonna go on the completed project, right? On our month view, you can see there is these boxes here. I would just like to call them boxes, right? These boxes here, right? And these are actual dates, right? Like today, I'm recording this video on a Wednesday. It's the 2nd of October, right? 2nd of October, right? So we need this. So we need a way of actually getting the dates, right? And make sure like we are able to display them, right? So what's happening here, it's a matter of design. It's mostly design intensive, yeah, the way I can say it, right? So let's go ahead and do some things. First of all, we need a way of getting these dates here, right? So in my lib, I'm just going to create a new file, and I'm going to call it get time, right? I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to say get time.ts, just like that, right? In our get time.ts, what we need to work on now, we need to get a 2-dimensional array, right? So since we're using JavaScript, there is actually a tutorial here which is written on free code camp, right? It talks about 2-dimensional arrays, right? So we need that kind of a data structure, right, that we can use for our calendar, right? Because we need just one data structure where we can be able to get rows as well as columns, right? So that's why we need that 2-dimensional array. So please go on this URL. You can have a read through on what we're trying to get here, right? Okay, so inside my get time, what I need to create now is what you call it, I'm just gonna do export const. It's a function, right, that allows me to get that kind of data I'm looking for, right? So here we can just say export const, right? Export const. I'm just gonna name this, say get month, right? Get month, right? It's a function, and we're gonna initialize with some values. We're gonna initialize with month, just like that. Is equals to days. So these are the parameters, if I can say, right? And we're gonna initialize the month with the Day.js, right? Dot month, right? So it's gonna be Day.js dot month like that. So I need to bring actually this Day.js. It's actually a function, so I need to import Day.js. Saying heading missing. So what I just need to do on top here, I just need to say import Day.js from Day.js, right? That's the library that we actually installed earlier on, right? So import Day.js from Day.js, right? So from Day.js we can do something like Day.js.month, then we can be able to get hold of the current month, right? Okay, cool, right? Then it's actually a function, right? It's actually a function, just like that, right? So for me to be able to get you know, the current month, right, what I need to do, I also need a year, right? I also need a year. So let me quickly just type this code so that you can be able to see what I'm trying to get earlier on, right? So let's just say, let's get the year as well. Const year is equals to Day.js, right? Day.js and dot year, right? So this is how you're able to tap into the current year using Day.js, right? So you can see here it says get the year. So this is how you do it according to the documentation. If you say Day.js dot year, you actually get the current year, right? So for the current year, we're actually in 2024. If we do like that, and if we do console log your year, we'll get 2024, right? Cool, right? Then I would like to get the first day of the month, right? So I'll say const, I'm gonna call it first day of this month, right? First day of this month. Using Day.js, we can say Day.js, right? Then we can use a method, set method dot set. So everything I'm just getting it from the documentation, right? Set, then you can do set month, right? Set month, right? Then that month, it takes a second argument, which is this month now that we have initialized here, right? Exactly. Then we say dot start off, right? Start off month, right? So basically what we're saying in this month that we've specified here, get me the first day, right? Then you say dot day, right? Just like that. It's actually a method as well. Okay, cool. So we have the year and the first day of the month, right? Let's proceed. All right. So let me just minimize here, or let me just maximize so that you can be able to see, right? So there's something I need to do. I need to be able to get hold of the days, right? So I'm gonna say let day counter, right? Day counter is equals to minus first day of the month. I'll explain later on what I'm trying to do here. First day of the month, just like that, right? I will just keep on typing for now, right? Okay, then I would like to return now. I would like to return, this is where the part I'm returning a 2-day array, right? So for us to quickly create an array, right, we can just say array. This is a method, right? If you have gone through your JavaScript, you can see this is a way of also creating an array, right? From, then I will do a destructuring here, right? My array should be a length of 5, right? Length 5, right? This allows us to get I think 5 rows, right? This array here, right? 5 rows. So I destructure like that. It's gonna be a function, right? It's gonna be a function as well, right? Then from this array here, I need to return an array again, right? So what I'm gonna return actually now, it's another array as well. So this is will be the array of the columns now, right? So that will be an array dot from. It's gonna have a length of 7, right? So I'm saying say length. The length will be 7 columns, right? I'll explain later on my code, right? It's gonna return the days now, right? It's gonna return the days of the week, right? So I will tap into Day.js, and I can give it an input of date, right? That the input of date, I need to specify the year, right? The month, as well as to add days to it, right? Day counter, right? Like that. Perfect. Okay, cool. Now let's go and explain this function, what is actually doing here, right? So our function starts by importing the Day.js library. We installed it earlier on, right? Then in our get month here, right, what we've just done is that we've accepted a parameter called month, right? And if there's no month that is passed here, it actually defaults to the current month, right? So based on Day.js, if you do something like Day.js.month, it gets the current month, right? Exactly. Then we also went on to set the year, right? Set the year, and also went to set the first day of the year, right? First day of the month, right? Then now we initialized a day counter, right? So we initialized it with a negative value based on the first day of the month. This is used to ensure that the first element in the generated array is the first day of the month, right? Which is correctly aligned, with the days of the week, right? So basically negative values help us in generating days from the previous month when necessary, right? So let me explain that. For example, if you go and check on our calendar, right? On our calendar here, right, you can see we actually started on the 1st of October. It was on a Tuesday, but there are also some values, some date values for the previous month, right? But they're actually in this week, right? So we also need to get all of those, right? Then that's what we did here, right? Then now we have got our array which returns an array, right? So it's an array which returns an array. So this array, we can call it 5 by 7 array, right? So this outer array creates an array with 5 rows. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rows, right? So we're gonna have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rows, right? So each representing a week: week 1, week 2, week 3, week 4, week 5, right? Then the inner array, this array here, right, it creates 7 columns: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, right? And each column represents the day of the week: Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, right? Okay, then for each day, right, what we are doing now in this array that brings 7 columns, right, we are actually iterating, like, for each day, right? For example, what you did here, it is used to create a Day.js object. I'm going to show you what a Day.js object looks like, right? It represents a specific day. So a Day.js object, it's something that, you know, brings us an object for the date. It shows us the month, it shows us the day, it shows us the date, it shows us even the time, I think so, right? We'll go into looking that, right? So from each day object now, we're going to increment, right? We're going to increment our counter, right? Exactly. That's where we say plus here to increment our counter. So starting from the first day of the previous month, if necessary, right, up to the next month, right? So basically we're gonna get previous days like these from the previous month, right? And we're gonna have the month for this actual month we are in, and also some few days for the upcoming month, right? Exactly, right? So if we call our function and give it a parameter of 0, the month we're gonna get is actually January, right? If we give it 11, the month we're gonna get is actually December, right? So without wasting time, let's actually try to import this function and experiment and see what we can be able to get, what kind of an array we'll actually be able to get from here, right? So what I'm gonna do currently, I'm gonna import this get month function, right? I'm gonna import it in the month view here, right? Inside the month view, and I'll just say console.log, console.table. Let me actually use a table. Say console.table, right? That's the way you can be able to see it nicely. And I'll just call this function get month here, like that. Make sure you import that month just like that, right? And let me hit save, right? Let me maximize this so that you can be able to see, right? And let me refresh here, right? If I refresh here, you should be able to see something here, right? There we go. I've refreshed and you are able to see something, right? Let me do like that, and let me maximize this just like that. You can see we're actually getting a table, right? A table. Actually, let me make this a client component, right? Let me make this a client component so that we can be able to see it in the browser. So we just say use client on top here, use client, right? And let me do like that. So inspect, right? Then we go into our console, right? So inside here, we should be able to see a table here. There you go. You can see it's a nicely displayed table, right? So it actually has the column rows, 5 rows, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rows, and it should have 7 columns: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's take a look at each and every array, right? So inside you can see, let's take a look at this index 0 here, 5, you know, this row, the first row. On an index 0, you can see there are actually 7 columns inside, and each column is a representation of a date object, right? So this is what we get. That's what we're talking about, of a date object, right? So you can see on this first day, it's actually the 29th of September, right? So for this current week, I am in myself, right? So there on a Sunday it was actually on the 29th, right? And this is the current time where I am. It also shows the year. It also shows some milliseconds, right? It also shows the current month here, right? And the language and a whole lot of things, right? So we're gonna tap into this day object and we should be able to, you know, render it or present it or show it on our UI. All right, for us to be able to present our data just like the way we see it on the completed project, we'll need now to make use of our two-dimensional array where we can tap into the rows as well as the columns, right? So let's quickly turn this into a constant, right? So for now we can just say const, we can just say current month for this. For now, current month is equals to get month, right? It's equals to that get month function, right? Just like that. So instead of returning a div, right, let's just return a section here. For example, let's return a section, right? And that section we can give it class names. Now we have to make use of the grid classes, right? That's the one that really works well in my opinion. I can say grid, it's gonna be a type grid, then the columns should be 7, so it should be grid columns 7 because we have 1 2 3 4 5 6 7, right? Okay, cool. Then the other thing we need to have is actually rows. We need to have grid rows, which is equals to 5 rows. So we can say grid rows should be 5, right? Then on a larger screen, I'll need to have this component to fill at least 100% of the view height, right? So I can say on large screen, right, the height should be 100 VH, just like that. Okay, cool, right? Then now let's tap into the current month, right? We can map over what we get, the data that we get from there. We can just map it over an element, right? So that we can be able to present our data or show our data, right? So we can open curly brackets, right? Then we can say current month, current month dot map, right? We can just name each element from here to be a row, right? Row. Then let's have an index as well, right? Then from there we can just make a return like that, right? So first of all, I want to show you something. I hope it's gonna show me that error again. If we return a div here, there might be some situation we might face, but let's go ahead and see, right? So this div, we need to give it a key, actually key of index, right? So in this div now, we also now need to map over the second array that we get. So this is the first array where we can be able to get the rows, right? And the second column, the second array, it's where we get the columns. So first we get the row, here we get the row, then secondly we get the columns, right? Exactly. But the columns, we only get them as one chunk, right? I hope you understand what I'm trying to say, right? Exactly. It's like each column, it's like each and every object. So we get like one. We don't get this whole column, but we're actually getting each and every, box, if I can say, right? So instead of saying this is a column, let me just say these are boxes actually. So 1 2 3. So I'm now getting the boxes here, right? And for that, I think that's from the rows that we get here, from the 5 rows that we get, put them into boxes, right? So I can say row, the row that we get there on top, dot map, right? We're gonna get a day, and also an index. So instead of saying I'll just say index here, right? And return me an h3. You can just return me simply an h3 or a paragraph, whatever, right? So for now, I'll just say return an h3, just like that, and show me the day. The day here, right? We need to give our h3 a key. We can just say index, right? Index, just like that. And the day, what is it saying? is not assignable to React node, right? Okay, we need to make it work in our case, right? So we need to format this day. See dot format. So these are the methods that we get from Day.js as well. From that date we need to format, and let's format it like DDD, right? This is just to show a current date, right? Like Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, right? Just like that. Okay, so let's hit save and see what we get. I'm sure I will be able to get something which is not presentable nicely, but let's see what we get. So let me refresh the browser. So after refreshing, this is what we get, right? So basically we don't want to get this, right? We actually want to get the actual day in terms of a number, right? So day. So let's put a capital D here, right? Let's see what we're gonna be able to get again. Let's refresh again. After refreshing, we are getting actually those days. You can see we have 29, 30, then 1, 2. So we are getting our dates in a column form, right? Instead of having them in like a row kind of, type, right? So I would like to fix this. I think I got this error as well. So instead of using a div, because a div actually takes the whole, space, let's render a fragment here. Instead of a div, let's render a fragment, React fragment, and let's see what we are able to get. So I'll just say fragment and import it from React, right? And also here, let's close this with a fragment as well, just like that. Let's hit save. Now when we hit save and if we render, when we use a fragment instead of a actual div, we actually get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 columns, and each and every day in terms of a number is in each row. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's look at our completed project. We have 29, 6, 18, 20, 27. This is basically what we have here, right? Perfect, right? So that now that we have that, we need to have these kind of boxes, right? These kind of boxes here, like that, so that you can be able to click on it as well and be able to add some events, right? So for that, instead of returning an h3 here, I'm gonna create a new component, right? I'm gonna create a new component, sub component actually, and I will call it a month view box, right? So let's go ahead inside here and create a new file. Let's call this file month view box. So let's say month minus view box, just like that, right? And let's quickly scaffold the component RFC actually, right? Then let's say month view in capital letters box, right? I'm gonna call it a box. You can call it whatever you want, right? So in our month view box, what we need now, it's actually a div. It's gonna be a whole div. So this actually is gonna be a whole div, right? So remember on here, right, what you're returning as a row should be a fragment, but this inside here can be a div, right? So this will be a div on its own, right? So that's what we're doing here, right? So it's gonna be a div, then we're gonna give it a lot of classes here, right? So I would like to make things simpler and cleaner, right? Because they're gonna be a lot of classes here, right? So what I will basically do, I'll bring all the classes that I have, right? And I'll make use of the cn function, the cn function that we get from our lab utils, right? So let's make sure like we import it from there, right? We're gonna be having a class of a group, right? Because I'll show you later on how this group, right, can relate to something that you're gonna have as an absolute element inside here, right? So in our case, it will be something like when we are rendering the events, right? So let's save these classes, group, relative, flex, and all these classes. Make sure you have all these classes, right? Then we're gonna give this div an on click function, right? But for now, let's give also properties, right? This has to receive properties. Remember, it's a separate component, right? It's the one that's going to replace our h3 here, so we need to give it some properties, right? So the properties we need to give it, it's the, let's see, we need to give it the day, which is this day, as well as the raw index, right? The raw index, right? So this index, we're going to call it raw index, right? So for that, let's say we need to have a day and a raw index. So inside here, I just need to have these props here, just like that, right? Day and raw index, right? And the day is of a type Day.js, right? You can get that from Day.js, right? It's for a type Day.js, right? Okay, so what we're going to do now, we're going to return another div inside this div here. We're going to return another div inside here, right? Then what we're going to say on top here, right? On top, if the raw index is equals to 0, right? We want to return these dates, these days of the week, right? Days of the week, like Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, right? So before we proceed, let me make sure like I import this into my month view, right? So inside here, I can just say month view box, right? And make sure we import it, right? And we need to give it some props, and the props we need to give is actually the day and the raw index, right? So we also need a key as well, right? Right, I'm gonna import that quickly. Right, there we go. So our month view box is gonna take properties of the day and the raw index, right? Once we have that, now let's come into our month view box. We have the main div here, it's got these classes, and inside we need another div as well, right? So this div is gonna be a div column, div flex, and it's gonna be flex column, just like that. And we can just center items, and right, so we can just say items center, just like that. Okay, that's gonna be our div. And on the first row, right, on the first row, so if the raw index is equals to 0, right, let's just return like an H4 or a paragraph, right, where we can be able to show the dates of the week. That is your Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, something like that, right? Let me format like that. Okay, we're having it, see, it says possibly now, right? So if it's possibly now, we need to fix that error. Okay, so if the day is possibly now, so what we can just do, we can just put an if statement here, like if there's no day, right, just return us a div, right, with a blank box, right? So if there's no day, return just a div. So it's gonna return a blank div just like that without the number, right? So that's TypeScript complaining there, right? Right, okay, cool. So first of all, we should now be able to see what Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, right? So let's refresh here. There you go. You're now able to see Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, right? So that's what you get from the raw index, right? Then now let's now get hold of the days instead, in terms of numbers, right? And for that, we just need simply a class name as well, right? I mean, we just need an H4 tag as well, right? For the sake of time, I'm just gonna bring it here. So we say if the raw index is equals to 0, bring us these days of the week, right? Otherwise, just bring us in H4, where you can be able to render the days, like your 29th, 31st, 1, 2, 3, right? Something like that. So let me bring this now, right? So this condition, I need to remove it for now, right? First day of the month, I just need to remove it for now. Okay, let's remove those, right? Okay, I'm gonna leave these other classes just like that. Okay, cool, just like that. Let me hit save, and we should be able to see, okay, there's nothing showing here, right? Nothing showing here, right? Oh, it's showing these circles here, right? So let me remove these classes for now. because what you should be able to see is actually the numbers here, right? So let me remove those classes for now. We are not seeing numbers as yet. Why? I'll just do a console log of the day here. I'll just say console log day, right? Just like that. And let's see what we are able to get in the dev tools. Right, we're actually getting the days. You can see these days here. We're actually getting those days. So why is it not rendering on the UI? All right, so the reason for that is that in our h4 tag element, we are not actually, showing something. So we need to return, we need to show the day, and we need to format it. Dot format, right? And format it with a simple day like that, capital D, just like that. And we should be able to see the days here reflecting, right? So let's refresh the browser, and there we are. We're able to see the days now. So our calendar is coming in shape, right? But there's some things that we need to do. We need to show the current date, right? Like if the day is today, we need to show some kind of an indication here. Like for example, you see on the Wednesday, if it's a Wednesday, we need to show a blue background with a white text inside, right? So these are the things that we need to do, right? And also, if it's the first day of the month, like if it's in October, what is it that we show? Instead of saying only the number 1, we can even show like Oct1, right? So these are the things we need to do, right? So just on top here, we can just check what day is it, right? So let's check if the first day, is it the first day of the month, right? So for that, we can just use this this constant here. We can just say const is first day of the month, get off the day dot date, right? And if it's equals to 1, then it is true, it will render true, right? So we actually need to put this just below here. Below here, right? If it's first day of the month, then the other thing we need to check, is it today? Meaning, is it the tune of October, right? Is it the tune of October? We also need a way to check that. So let's use this constant as well. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm making use of Day.js. It's got a way of handling dates which is simple and easy to use, right? So is it today? If it's today, then format the date, right? Inside, if it's today, so we're getting out of the day, which is formatted. I think we are putting back into a JavaScript object, a native JavaScript object, and comparing with Day.js. So it's just native as to native here, right? So getting out of our day, right, and put it in the native JavaScript object, and also translating Day.js into native JavaScript object as well, right? Or string, right? I'm not so sure, right? So once we get that, we should be able to show an indication there, right? So we need now to change our h4 element, and let's make it like this, right? We'll make it like this and say if it's today, then put these classes, give it these classes, right? And also if it's the first day of the month, give also these classes, right? So if we go on our calendar, you can now see if it's the first day of the month, instead of saying 1 only, we can say October 1, right? And if it's today, if it's the 2nd of October, let's change and put an indication, right, where we have a blue background, just like that. All right, so what I would like to do is to create a way of managing state, right? As you can see on our completed project here, we've got a different component, actually the header, and also some different views, right? So it means we cannot use a local state for that. We just need a way of handling like global state, right? And for that, to simplify things, I'm just going to make use of Zustand, right? It's a simple way to use your to manage state, right? and I believe Zustand under the hood, it uses like your Redux, right? Okay, cool. Right, so what I'm gonna do first of all, before I create a store, I would like to create other components here. Currently we only created the month view component, right? So we need to create a day view as well as a week view, right? So what I will do quickly is that create a week view, right? So let's go ahead and create a week view right now. Okay, so inside here, create a new file. Just in small letters, I'm gonna say week view, just like that, .tsx. Right? Let's quickly scaffold our component, rfc, by typing rfc. There we go. So it's gonna be capital letters, week view, just like that. All right, week view. We're done with the week view. Then we need a day view, right? If you want to create a year view, it's up to you. You can extend this project. So day view .tsx, just like that. Let's scaffold quickly, rfc, right? There we go. Then we're gonna call it day view, right? Okay, so let me just close this, all of this for now. Right, so we need a way of being able to toggle this and make sure like we show a view depending on what we've selected here, right? So we're gonna be using our selector here, right, that we have in our header, just like that, right? So we're gonna tap into that. Okay, so let's quickly have Zustand installed on your project. So you can just run npm or yarn if you're using yarn. npm run Zustand, right? So whilst that is happening on the background, let's go ahead now and create a file inside the lib called store, right? We're gonna call it store, store, right, .ts. Right? If you follow the documentation on Zustand, it can just show you exactly how to make use of Zustand. This is not a project for Zustand, so I'm not gonna spend much time on it, but it's simple and straightforward. We're using TypeScript, so the first thing that we need a way of being able to manage view, right? So for that, while you're using TypeScript, we can just quickly create an interface here, right? We can just say interface, right? And we need what we call view store type, right? View store type, right? So what do we need here? We need selected view, right? So we need this to be called selected view, such that we are able to toggle between month, week, and day. So selected view is going to be of a type string, right? It's going to be of a type string. Then also need a function, right, which we can call set view. Set view, it's of a type function, but it needs a value, right? It needs a value of a type string inside type string, and it just returns void, this function, right? Void, right? Okay, cool. Now let's now go into creating our store now, right? So this is how we do it in Zustand, right? It's simple and straightforward to use, right? You don't even necessarily need a provider, you know, like what we do with your, you know, create context, right? So this one we can just simply use it like that, right? Okay, so let's create a function here, call it export const, right? Export const, and we're going to say it's called use view, right? Use view store. We can just say use view store, right? Then it's gonna be equals. This is how we do it in Zustand. We call this function create, we set and get, right? We can initialize our what we call initial state here, right? So for example, the BS is equals to 0, so we can do the same as well, like we can set initial state to a value that we need, right? And also I'm going to be using DevTools, so I'll tap into using DevTools. If you type on Zustand DevTools, look for DevTools and how they use DevTools there, it's a way for me to be able to actually come on my project while I'm developing it, go into DevTools, then I'll just look for Redux, right? For example here, Redux. If I go into Redux, I can be able to show what's my current state at that particular point, right? For example, let me refresh here, and if I go into state, you see it says undefined for now, but let me just minimize this and let me select a week. You can see my state is changed, right? I can be able to see what's happening in my dev tools. The selected view is actually week here. You can change it again to day, select here, it's actually day here, right? So I'm gonna make use of that, right? I'm gonna make use of that as well, right? So this is how we do it in Zustand. Then we need this function create that we're going to import from Zustand, right? I'm gonna import it from Zustand, and we're gonna give it a type, the return type here, or the type actually of what we're looking for of our state, view store. So we need view store type, view store type, right? Just like that. Right. Then if you're using TypeScript, you need these parentheses here. I don't know why. That's what they say in Zustand. Right, let me make sure like I import this from Zustand. All right, is Zustand imported here? Is it installed? It's actually installed, right? So let me, it's not a default import, it's not a default export, so I need to import it just like that. Okay, I'm getting some errors, TypeScript errors here, right? But it's fine, they're gonna be sorted soon, right? Right, so for the purpose of using dev tools, I can just have dev tools here, import dev tools. That's how we do it in Zustand. Please go on the documentation, you'll be able to see how they do it, right? And I also need persist, such that this can be persisted in my local storage, I think, right? So this can be, yeah, I think they can be persisted to my local storage, right? Then here we need now the function set get, right? Set get, right? In that function here, we need to do it like this. Then we need our initial state, selected view, view. We need our initial state to be on a month, right? So what we're trying to say is that what's the initial state of our calendar? Whenever you come on the calendar, what's the initial view that you see? So usually it's the month. Instead of a day, you're always going to see the month. So that's what we're doing here, right? Okay, then we also need a way of setting a view, right? So if you call this function to set the view, what is it that we're going to do? So let's say set view, right? Set view, remember it's a function that takes a value, right, which is of a type string, right? And what is it that we're doing with this function? With this function we call this Zustand method called set, and we set the selected view to the value that we receive here, right? So it's like an object like that, selected view like that. We set the selected view to the value that we receive, right? Just like that. Okay, so after the set, what we can do now, under these brackets here, we can just give a name, right, of what we call this in our dev tools. We can just call name, and you can just say this is called let's say calendar view, right? Calendar underscore view, like that. Okay, the other thing we can do is just to say, for the sake of Next.js, right, we can just say skip hydration to true, right? So all of this I got it from the documentation. Skip hydration, we say that to true. Skip hydration, say that to true, right? Okay, right, we're still getting some errors here because we didn't import this from Zustand midway, right? So these dev tools, we need to import it from Zustand midway, right? So it's not a default import, so I need to manually add them here on top, right? So you can import that from Zustand/midway, right? So there's no skip midway. Why is it like that? All right, skip hydration. So I think I wrote the wrong skip. It's actually skip hydration. Okay, cool, just like that. And I think we need a comma here, right? So we are not making use of the gate, so we can just what can we do? We can just remove it, I think. Yeah, because we don't need it, just like that. Okay, so once we have this now, this state now, we can actually use it in our main view, right? In our main view, right? In our main view, we can go now in our main view. Remember, like I said earlier on, like you don't really need a provider with Zustand. That's the nice thing I like with it, right? So let's go on to our main view, and what we're going to do on our main view, we're going to get hold of the selected view, right? Actually, we need to make this a client component, right? So let's put this declaration on top here, say client, use client, right? And inside here we can just say const, and we destructure, then we say is equals to use what did we say it, view, right? Use view store, right? That one we can import it from store, and inside we need the value selected view. Selected view, why is it not showing here? Selected view, just like that. Okay, it says what selected view is declared but it's never read. All right, it's fine, we're gonna make use of it. So now we need to conditionally render now the components that we see here, right? Either month view or week view or day view, right? So for now we can just say if the selected view is equals to month, please show me the month view, right? Just like that. So we'll do the same for the week view as well as the day view, just like that. We'll do the same like that. So let's import this from wherever we created them, right? And also we need the day view as well, right? Let's hit save, right? So we're still getting an issue here. Selected view does not exist on type, right? So that's an issue sometimes with the state management. Sometimes it needs you to restart your server or just to basically close your code editor and open it again. So I'm just gonna quickly close it and open it again. Okay, so I've started my Visual Studio Code editor here, right? But the issue is actually not restarting and starting again, right? It's actually, this is a function, so I need to call it here, right? Once I call it, you see the error is gone, right? So once that error is gone, let me refresh here, and we should see by default the month view here, right? The month view should see it by default. If we select a week, nothing is happening because our selector is not working. So we now need to call this function, this set view, right, that we have in our state. We need to call it now in our header right side. Right, so let's get hold of that function from state, right? Set view from state like that, and make sure you make this a client component, right? So that you don't have some issues here, right? So let's make this a client component and set view, and import this use view store from our store file, right? lib/store. Okay, good. Right, so now we need an on change, on value change. So on our select here, we can have an on value change, right? So an on value change, whenever that value changes, what we need to do, we need to get hold of the value and set that value using our set view function. So that value will be that current current view. So for example, if we select an item here and the value is equals to week, this function will take that value and set it to this particular value here, right? Okay, good. Right, so let's hit save, just like that. Once you hit save, let's quickly refresh here, and once this is refreshed, we should be able to now toggle this and be able to select different views. Right, our browser is fully refreshed. Now we can be able now to click and select different views, just like that, right? You can be able to see we're able to select different views. Since we are working with Zustand store here, right? I've shown you how to quickly create that, right? So it means the next other type of stores, I don't really need to explain them. You can just simply go on the Zustand store and you can get, you know, an understanding of how to create these, right? So much of it, you just get it from the documentation, right? I always refer people to documentation. That's the best way, right? All right. So currently, this is where we are. Currently, you can see there we are. So we don't have a way to toggle this sidebar and hide it as well, right? So we'll fix all of those things. But this is how our main calendar is looking like currently, right, on the screen, right? So this is a large screen. You can see all these rows, they're actually fitting the view of the screen, right? But if I go on a smaller screen, this is how it looks like. That's where currently we are, and I can be able to toggle between different views, right? So I would like to work on this store currently. So the next thing I'll need to work on is actually the date store type, right? So inside here, I'll just bring this interface here. It's called interface data store type, right? And we need Day.js, right? And that we need to import it again from the library we installed earlier on, which is Day.js, just like that, right? And we also need to have this as well in here, this Day.js as well, right? Okay, cool. So I need a store which is, I can call it use date store, right? So let me just bring it. So we have the view store, and I've shown you how to use it. Now we need the data date store, right? Use date store, right? And we need to get off of our two dimension month array, which is what we actually have here, right? We have it here. Where is it month view? This, the one that we set as a current month. We just need to name it like 2-dimension array so that you get to understand what I'm trying to talk about. You know, it's always a challenge in software development to name variables and functions and all these things, right? I'll just name it 2D array, right? Okay. TypeScript, our ESLint is complaining. We don't need that case, so I'm just gonna remove it, right? I'm gonna make use of DevTools as well, so I'll just leave that so that you can be able to, you know, troubleshoot and see what's happening in terms of state in your DevTools, right? Okay. So for my date store, this is what I need. I need what is called a user selected date. I need a 2D month array, which is the data that we get from our function get month, right? So I'm just initializing these values here. This is initial state, right? Okay, then I'll also need a function to set the date and also perhaps to set the month, right? So we call this use date store, right? So once we have that, the next step that we can do now is actually to go into our month view, right? So in our month view, what we can be able to do, we can be able, instead of having this current month here, right, we can actually call use date store function, right, from our state. So instead of having this here, we can just simply say get the 2D month array from date store, right? Okay, let's make sure we import it here, right? Just like that, right? Exactly. So instead of actually having a current month, we no longer have this. So what I can do in that array, instead of the current month, it's actually called 2D month array, right? And we still have our month view box is still the same, right? So in here I can just replace this whole code here with this current code, right? Just like that. Okay, cool, perfect. All right, so we don't need this from, you know, from our lib. We're just getting from our state, just like that. Okay, then the other thing we can do in our I think we can do it later on, right? We can perhaps do it later on in our month view box, right? Is a way to be able to set the date, right? We can be able to set the date, so we'll do it later on, right? So once that is done, I would like now to move into working with the week view, right? Week view. On our month view, we are kind of sorted for now. Let's go to the week view. gonna close everything just like that and make sure I open a clean slate for a week view, right? So in our week view, we need a way of being able to, let's see, what does it show here, right? Let me select the week. So in our week view, you can see we've got these dates here, right? So we'll get these days of the week and actually the date in terms of a number. We also have the boxes as well, and we have got a timeline on the left hand side, right? And on top of that, we actually have an indicator here and also events, right? So let's take it step by step, right? So I'm not really great on designing, but I'll try to bring something close to Google Calendar as this, right? You can see there's actually a gap here, right? I couldn't know how to fix that, but if you want to take the challenge, you can go ahead and fix this challenge, right? Let's look at our component here. What do we have? We do have columns 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, right? And we have got rows, I think it's 24 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Each one representing these times here, right? Okay. So what can we do? We need a grid as well. So we need a grid in terms of columns, right? We need a grid in terms of columns. So we're gonna have a grid where we have 8 columns, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, right? And each of this is gonna be like a box, right? But before we do that, we need a function, right, that we can create in our get time, right? And that function, we're gonna call it get weekdays, right? I wouldn't want to complicate things right now to create a 2-dimensional array again. We could have created that, but it will take us much time, right? Let's get things working. I'll give you the challenge to be able to submit a pull request, and instead of getting a random function or a regular function I'm going to create right now, you should create something like this, and we should be able to present the data like that, right? Okay, so we need a function inside our get time here, get time file, and that one we're gonna call it get weekdays, right? So let's say export const, and we're gonna call it get weekdays, get weekdays, right? It's an R function, and as well it's gonna take some parameters, and we're gonna initialize those parameters with simply something we can call date, right? And it to be of the type Day.js dot Day.js, just like that. This is the type that we need to have here, right? It's an arrow function, right? So we need the start of the week, we need the date where we get this start of the week, and also need week dates, right? Week dates, right? Okay, so let's say a variable const, and that variable can just say start of week, right? It's going to be the date that we receive, which will be of a type Day.js. Then we need to tap into start of the week. You can see I can get those methods here, right? So let me look for start off, right? Start off, and that start off I need week, right? You can see I can get these methods from that library that we installed earlier on, week. There we go, right? After that, I'll need an array of week dates, right? I'll also need a week array of week dates. So I'm going to call it week dates, then say equals. It's going to be an empty array for now, right? I'm going to initialize it like an empty array, right? So this is what we need to do. I'm going to use a for loop here, right? So this for loop, it's going to take it's going to just iterate on what we receive, right? A start of the week, right? It's gonna take a current day, right? And we're going to make use of Day.js, right, to add dates into our week dates, right? So it will make sense if I explain it later on. for now, let me type, or let me just simply bring in the code here, then I'll explain what's happening, right? Okay. And also I need is current day. You don't necessarily need it, but you can just add it here, right? I'm gonna add this just on top here. Is current day. We also need this variable because we're gonna be using it on different spaces, so I'm just gonna put it just there, like that. Okay, so let's go ahead now and explain this code and see what's happening. So our function, we're exporting it because we want to use it in a different file or different files, right? Okay, so that's why you say export const get weekdays, right? So it accepts a single parameter, which is the date of the type Day.js, right? Just like that. Okay, then we have a variable const start of the week, right? Then this start of the week, right, is calculated, by tapping into a method of Day.js, right? Let's hover here, right? You can see it says it's a method, right? Returns a clone Day.js object and set it to the start of a unit of time, right? Okay, cool. So it typically brings to us back what day is it of the week. Is it a Sunday? Is it a Monday? Depending on how we've configured the date that we received there, right? Okay, then we also initialized an empty array. We call it weekdates, right? And we're gonna use this, right, to loop through. We're gonna use these weekdates, right? We're gonna create a loop function, a for loop function, and the loop runs from 0 or up to 7, right? And it iterates 7 times. Basically, this for loop iterates 7 times to represent each day of the week. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, right? So inside the loop, we have got to calculate the current date, right? It's calculated by adding I days, to the start of the week, right? Exactly. Then we also need to get what we call a today, right? So this is a boolean. It's either true or false, right? Indicating the current, if the current date is the same as today date. So this is done by just converting the current date, by converting the current date into today's date. So we are using again here, we're comparing, JavaScript to JavaScript object here, right? Okay, so after this for loop is completed, right, it will contain 7 objects, right, each representing a day of the week, starting from the day of the week. See, in simplicity, the function here, actually, if you hover here, it returns an array. If you can see, right, it returns an array, and this is what we get in that array. We get the current date, we get today, and also get is current day, right? But it will make more sense if we put this into practice or into something that we can visually see, right? So let's go now into our week view here, right? And let's just say const days of the week. Const days. Let me just say const days is equals to get, what did we say, get weekdays, right? Get weekdays, like that. And let's call the function like that. Then what we can do, let's import it, right? Let's make sure we import that. Auto import is not working. Why? Oh no, it's actually imported already here, so it needs an argument here, right? So which argument are we going to put here? We need to put an argument which is of a type date, right? So what we can simply do, we can get the value that we have in our store already, right? So if you go in our store, use date store, you can see there's a user selected date which is of a type Day.js. We can make use of this and actually use it here, right? So let's get that from our state. Let's just say const, then let's use destructuring here, then equals, then we say use date store, right? And let's call this function here just like that. Okay, you're supposed to remove that asterisk, right? Then here we need a user selected date. Remember, it's always initialized as a Day.js, right? Then let's pass it in here, right? Just like that. And what we can do, let's just log quickly and see what we were able to get in terms of days. Let's log days here and see what we're able to get, right? So let's go here and we have a week view. Let me just select, is this the week view, right? The week view, did we import it somewhere? It's imported in the main view, right? There we go. It's imported in the main view, right? So it means if we go in our dev tools, we should be able to see something being rendered here, right? Now let's go into our dev tools and let's just select week here. Once you select week here, and you can see what is being sent back to us, right? There we go. So we're going to get an array with those objects, right? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7, right? So we get an array, the current date, which is an object, which is actually the date, and is it current date, is it current day, right? And also, is it today? It's false, right? So basically what this for loop is bringing to us is bringing us the days of this current week where we are, right? And you can see my current date is actually on object number 3, right? Object number 3 here. It's actually true here. Okay, so now once we get this, let's try to use this to show it on our UI here, right? So let's now go and build our UI. All right, so for our week view, what we need is to actually, we're gonna make it as a fragment, right? Everything like this here, we're just gonna make it like a React fragment, empty fragment like this. And inside, let's look at the completed project. We need this section here, so it's gonna be its own div. This section, like starting from here up to here, it's gonna be its own section, right? It's gonna be a div, and also this part here is gonna be its own section. There is a scrolling effect here that you can see, so we need to have scroll area from shard cn. So for that, I'm just gonna quickly look for shard cn, and I'm just gonna install this component called scroll area. So it allows us to have a component where the children can be scrollable, right? So for that, let me just install shard cn, press enter, right? Then inside here, let's start now with our first div. So it's gonna be a first major div. It's gonna be of a type grid, and it's gonna have columns, 8 columns, right? So it's gonna be a grid, right? And it's gonna be have one, this is a column. So it's 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, right? So let's grab a div, and we're gonna have some other properties as well. Classes as well, tailwind classes, right? So this is our div where we have minimize like that. Okay, so it's a grid, and it's got a grid columns 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. All right, so I'm going to be using this square brackets like that, right? So this allows us to actually have some manipulations to our tailwind CSS classes here, right? So instead of saying grid columns 8, I can say grid auto. Why? It's because the first grid, this first column, I need it to have a definite width, right? A fixed width actually, right? So the rest, the width can can change depending on how large the screen is. You can see here it's a large screen, but with regards to this first column, it's of a definite width, right? Okay, so once you have that, this is what I'm gonna do. It's a trick that I'm gonna do. So the first grid, what I'll just basically do, I will just need to have a div, right? Inside, I just need to have a div, right? And inside that div is gonna be another div as well. and also a div inside, right? So this is the trick that I just found, right? It allows me to have a div with a border, right, of the border on my right side, and the border color will be gray 300, right? And inside I need to have a div. Then that div is gonna be with a class relative, so that I can be able to change the positioning of the child div to my liking, right? So the child div I need to be of a position absolute, and I need to be on top, right, on top too, just like that, and have the text to be small, right? Exactly, right? So this is what we have in this first div, right? So we have the first column, right, represented by this auto. So this div is for this first column. Then the second div now is actually where I can be able now to view the the days and the dates, right? So for that, I'm just gonna put a comment and call this week view header, right? So this is the week view header, and we are going to be utilizing our weekdays, right? So you can see our weekdays takes a parameter of a date, right? So we're going to use that, right? We actually get an array, so we're going to use that and map over a div, right? So what I'm going to do is just open curly brackets, right, and say get weekdays, right? I need to import it actually. There's get weekdays, and what we're gonna do, those get weekdays, it takes a parameter. So I'm going to use the user selected date. So remember, the user selected date from our store, global store, right? It's actually the current date, right? For example, right? Okay, so from there, then I'm just going to say dot map, right? Dot map, and inside the map, I'm just going to do a destructuring, right? So inside here, I'm just going to do destructuring, because what we get here is the current date, right? It's the current date. Remember when we did that function right here, we are returning this object here, right, where we have current date today, and is it current date? This is a boolean, right? So we can just destructure and get all of the things that we need. So for now here, what we need is just the current date and today, right? So once we get that, we can just also get hold of the index, right, of the index here. Can get out of the index, then we do our kind of a return, right? Then we do kind of a return here, right? And what are we returning? We need to be returning a div, right? So this div, what we're going to do, I'm just going to give it a class, but I'm just going to use the cn function from our lib /utils, right? Okay, so I'm just going to say class name, just like that. Okay, so instead of having this, then I'll have the curly brackets, then I'm just going to say cn, the one that we get from lib/utils, right? That one, then open brackets. This is how we use it. The reason is that I need to add some kind of styling, right? Like for example, if the today's date, I need to highlight today's date, right? For example, today is the Thursday, and the third, I need to change the background, right, to be blue and the text to be white, right? So for that, let's just utilize this, right? Let's just have these classes. So that's what we need, right? Just like that. Okay, so this div needs an index, needs a key. So we're just gonna say key is gonna be the index, right? This index, just like that. We're gonna utilize the current date soon, right? So we need to, in this div now, we need to retain the current date, right? And that current date, we need to format it because it's a Day.js kind of a type, right? Day.js type, right? So let's format it like that, right? Okay, so if I hit save and if I come to my browser, I should be able to see something here, right? Let me refresh my browser so that I can see what currently I'm getting. So basically I should be able to get this that says GMT +2, and also these days, right? Like Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, right? Exactly, right? So let's wait for that to refresh. Okay, so I'm gonna select, it is refreshed. Let me select the week. right? Remember the default every time when the page is refreshed, the default according to our state, it's actually the month view, right? So you just need to select, then you go, there you go, right? You can see now I have Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and you can see the current day, which is a Thursday when I'm recording this video. It's actually has got a blue blue text here, right? Okay, now that we're done with that, let's move on now to the next step, right? We need to have another div actually, right? Just inside where we are, just inside here where we are mapping, we can also retain another div as well. That div now is the one that's going to return these days as numbers, right? These dates as numbers, right? I would like to call these dates and these days. So Saturday, Friday, I would like to call them days, and this one I would like to call it a date, right? So that we can have easy way of referencing to something, right? Okay, good. All right, so while we're inside this map function here, right, let me return another div, right? So the div that we need is the one now where we can be able to, you know, show the current date, right? If it's a current date, we need to have it a background of blue, right? Otherwise it would be just plain like this, right? So we need a div to retain the dates, right? So the kind of div that we need, something that looks like this. You can see we're also utilizing the class name here, utility from our lib/utils, right? And we also give it a definite height and width. If it's today, let's give it a background of blue, right, and the text to be white. Otherwise, just retain the date and we format it with those capital DD, right, so that we get the number instead of the day, right? Okay, so I'm having an error here because we need to have a parent element here, right? So we just need to have a parent element, and the parent element should be something flex, and we can say it flex column, right? So I'm just gonna do like this and close my div, right? That parent div, that's like just like that, right? And now let's remove this key from here because the parent div is the one that's actually having the key here, right? Okay, cool. So if I save, I should now be able to see the day of the week and the date of that particular day, right? So if we refresh, you should be able to see that, right, currently, right? I'm just gonna quickly format here my code so that it can be more visible, right? So you can see this is the div that we worked on, right? So you can see it's a grid, right? The first column has got a definite width, which is this column here, right? Then the remaining columns from here up to here, which is the 7 columns, is actually the day of the week and the date of that particular day, right? So this is basically what we just did right here, right? Then the next step now we need to move on to is actually this component or this section actually where we have the time column and also these boxes here, right? I would just like to call them these boxes, right? And also you can see there's a time indicator as well, right? Okay, so first of all, what I can just quickly do is a way of being able to get the time, right? So I need a current time. For that, I'm just going to use a use effect so that you can keep track of time, right? And be able to know at what intervals we are able to update that time, right? So just on top here, I'm just going to quickly create a local state, right? So we just need the use state here, right? So we need the use state. So I'm going to make use state snippet, right? So we're just going to say it's going to be our current time. This allows us to keep track of current time, right? Then set current time, and our initial state should be Day.js, right? Day.js, right? Then we call it like that, like a function just like that, right? So use state, we need to import it actually from React, right? Let's make sure we update it, right? So let's now use this. Let's stop console logging the days, right? And we don't need this anymore, right? So what we need, it's use effect, and inside we have got a time interval. So we're gonna make use of the set interval, right? So we need use effect, and inside we are going to make use of the set interval function, right? And each and every minute we need to update this time, right? So each and every 60,000 is it milliseconds, right? We need to update our current time, right? Let's update, or let's import use effect from React, right? So once we have that settled, we're gonna see how it's gonna work later on here, right? So let's go inside. We are done with this div, right? We can actually minimize it like that. So the next section, actually we need it's a scroll area, right? Remember earlier on we installed the scroll area from CN, so that's the one we're gonna utilize. I'm gonna put a comment here. Let me quickly put a comment here, and this comment is to just tell us what this particular section is all about. We have a time column and the corresponding boxes of time per each box, right? So time, then in each box with reference to each date and day, right? So time referencing to each day and date. That's what we need here, right? So for that, first of all, I'm just going to bring a scroll area, right, that allows us to scroll like this, right? Let's see how it looks on a larger screen. On a larger screen, you can see the height goes all the way to this level. It doesn't go all the way down here, right? So I'm going to give it a specific height, that scroll area, right? So let's bring that scroll area, right? Scroll area, and give it a definite height of 70 view height, right? Let's make sure we import it from our UI components folder, right? Our UI components folder. Let's make sure it's imported. So make sure you import the one from UI/scroll, not the one from Radix, right? Once we have that, then we now need a grid as well. So we need a grid which looks the same as the one on top here, right? We need the first column of a definite width, and the rest can be like auto, right? Can be of a frame which relates to the screen of the device, right? Okay, so let's bring that div again. Just copy this div that we have on top layer, and you have it like that. So it's gonna have a padding X of 4 and padding Y of 2, right? So let's make sure we just close this div, right? So let's just say div, then let's close it like that, right? So that's the div. Let me quickly format just like that, right? Then inside this div now, we now need, first of all, the first column, which is of a width of 16. We need to give it to the time columns, right? And for that, now we need these hours. We need a way of getting these hours. So we now need to go back to our get time, and let's make sure we have got another function that returns hours to hours, right? So if I go to get time here, let's have a way of creating hours, right? So it's simple the way we're gonna do it here, right? We're just gonna say export const, right? Just gonna say export const, right? And we're gonna say get hours. That's the name of our function, right? It's gonna return an array again. So is equals to, let's just create an array dot from, right, from a length of 24, right? Length of 24. So the length here we should specify it. Length will be 24 because there's 24 hours in a day, right? Then what we're going to do, we don't need the first, we just underscore this because we don't need to reference to it as anything, right? But we just need the index. We just need the index. So let's just call it I. You can call it I or any index, right? So from this array now, let's make it a return, right? What is it returning? We just want to return a Day.js object, right? So we can say Day.js right? From that Day.js, we need the start of the day, right? Dot start of. So inside now we need start of day, right? Start of the day. In our start of the day, we're going to add our index, which is I, right? And also we'll make sure like that's going to be turned into an hour, right? So it should be an hour like that. Cool, just like that. So with this array, we're actually able to get hours of a day, right? We're able to get the hours of the day, which is 24 hours, right? So let's look at that into action. Let's go to our week view, right? And just on top here, let's just say console.log, right? And we just say get hours, just like that, right? Let's log this and see what we get from here. Okay, our page is refreshed. Let's see what we're getting. Nothing. Console. Okay, it's console dot log get hours, right? Just like that. Okay, cool. Let's hit save and let's go. It's saying it's not callable, so it means this is not callable like a function. You can do it like this. Okay, make sure it's actually the week that is selected, and if it's the week which is selected, you can see what we're getting. We're actually getting these this kind of array, right? It's got the times, right? It's got the times 2300. It's got all these times, right? This is what we're getting. So it's actually a Day.js object. It's actually a dead object, but what's of interest to us is actually these hours, right? You can see where's the hour. There's the hour, right? We don't mind about the day or the, yeah, we don't mind about the date, right? We are interested in the hour, right? So this one gives us a 00. This one gives us what? 01 exactly. Then the next one gives us 02, just like that. Okay, cool. So this is what we're interested into, right? So once we have that, now instead of console logging here, what you can simply do, we can actually map over those, right? So that we can display them as a column here, right? So remember, our first column is going to be of a definite width, right? So that column, we need a div, right? It's going to be a div. It's going to have a class name, just like what we did here. It's going to have a class name, width of 16, border right, border gray, 300, just like that. So that's the div that we need. So let's bring that div. I'm going to minimize this so that you can be able to see. I'm going to bring that kind of div here. So let's bring that div inside here. There's that div, and make sure we close it, right? Close that div just like that, right? Then inside this div now, that's when we need to map over the get hours, which is our array. So we say get hours dot map, right? Dot map, and we can just specify like we need to get over an hour, right? As well as the index, right? Hour as well as the index. And what are we returning? What we would like to return here, it's a div, right? We'd like to return a div, right? The div, and that div should have a key, right? So we can give it a key here, and the key, we just reference the index, right? The index, right? We can give it a class name as well. This div, we can give it a class name, and the class name should be relative, right? I think just is what we did on top there, right? Because we need to have those times that we get to be positioned in a way that we like it, right? Such that they are aligned with this line here, you can see. So that's why we're giving this div relative, such that the children, we can position them absolute, right? Okay, so the child div, that's going to have a position of absolute here. We're going to give it a class of absolute. It will be minus top 2, and we're going to give it a text of XS, right? Then the hour that we get, we're just going to format it. What you're interested in is the hour and the minutes, right? exactly. And on this div, let's give it a specific height of 12, just like that, actually 16, like that, right, such that it matches I think a height as well. It matches this as well, the one on the first div, right? Okay, cool. Let me format my code so that it can be more visible. Right, so we have a scroll area, then we've got a div, we've got a grid, then the first column is actually this, where we have the hours, right? This is the first column where we have the hours. So I can just give a comment here. This is the time column actually. So let me write a comment and say this is the time column. Now we need the week, the weekdays and corresponding boxes, right? So that's what's gonna be a second div, right? It's gonna be the weekdays and the corresponding boxes. And for that, we now need to get the weekdays again, right? Okay, so we need this particular function as well, right? But we're not going to be returning each and every date here, right? We're going to be doing something. We're going to be creating boxes, right? So let's see how we're going to do it. So to create these boxes, these kind of boxes, we need that get weeks days function, right? The one that we get from get times, this that takes a parameter of date, right? So we need it here. So what you can do, remember we get an array from there, right? So let's just get these weekdays, pass in the user selected date, then let's just destructure the is current today as always. Let's just get out of the index, right? So what we return, what's returned back to us, current date, today, and also is current day, right? Okay, cool. Then inside here you can see I'm not immediately returning an element here, right? The reason is that I'll need a variable, right? This variable, we use it, for example, if we select a Friday on the 4th, right? We need to get out of that day, right? So let's make use of the use date that we get, right? User selected date. So if a user selects this date, then from that selected date, we can actually use Day.js methods to actually get the index of that date, right? For example, you see what we're getting from Day.js is actually a made of numbers. Even if it's a month, it's a number, right? It's a number. So making use of Day.js, we are able to tap in those numbers and be able to manipulate what you want to see, right? So instead of immediately returning an element, let me create a variable quickly. I'm gonna call it date. You're gonna see where we're gonna use it. Then I'll just return now. So inside here now, that's when we can return an element, and what we're gonna return is actually div, right? So on this div now, we can be able to create those boxes that we're talking about, right? But first of all, let's do something like this. Let's give this div a key, right? Remember, every time when we map over an array, we need to give it a key, and this is the key of the index, right? Then we give a class name, right? The class name will be relative as well. So hence this div is just a relative. It's got a border right? So if we take a look at our UI, you can see this is what we're building, right? Just each and every div has got a border right? I can use this paste side, which is a Chrome extension. If I click on it, it can just show you what we are getting back, right? Exactly. So these are the kind of boxes that we're getting, right? Now let me do something. I also need to map over the hours, right? And return a div as well, right? So there'll be a representation of an hour. So each and every box inside will be a representation of an hour, and I'm gonna give it a border bottom, right? So it will be something like a row kind of, right? Okay, let's see that into action, how it works on our side. It will make sense when we edit and show it on the UI, right? So inside this div, what I just need is actually to map over the get hours, right? So our get hours array, I just need them to map over them here. So for the sake of time, I'm just gonna bring them here like that. Let me format my code, right? You can see I'm returning a parent div, then inside I'm mapping over get hours, and there is a div actually inside as well. So this div is also class name relative. It's got a specific height, and whenever we point on this div, it's got a cursor pointer. We want to look it like it's clickable, right? And we've given it a border bottom, right? When we hover it, we need an effect of a background gray 100, right? Something like that, right? Cool. So that's what we need. So let's hit save and let's see what we have on our UI, right? Then once our page is fully loaded, you can see there we have. So we've got some kind of boxes, kind of a layout, and the component is actually scrollable, right? So this is more like it, right? Okay, I just want to show you something, right? So let's say, for example, we've given a class name cursor pointer here, right? But let's say we want to give a on click function here on this div, right? We want to be able to click into each and every box, and let's see what we can get. So basically what we can do, we can give an on click function, and let's like just log the hour, right, which is this hour, as well as log the day, right? We want to find which day date. So in terms of day date, we're trying to say, remember I said this I'm gonna refer it as a day, then this one, as this number I'm gonna refer it as a date. Right? So let's see what we're able to log when we console that, right? Let me hit save, let me inspect. All right, there we go, to inspect, right? Let me maximize a little bit, right? So I'm just gonna click on this particular time, which is 0300, right? It's on a Saturday as well, right? So you can see what we get back. This is what we get back. The hour, it selects the hour of the current date. So the hour is Thursday. We don't mind about this date object. I mean this date, like Thursday 3/2024, right? What we're really interested in is this time, 004, right? So we actually clicked in 04, right? But the date is Saturday. We're gonna check this Saturday, right? Okay, let's click on another tab. Say, for example, on a Tuesday, right? Let me try to click on this particular box here. I've clicked here. The hour is 9. The date is Thursday, right? And the date is Thursday. What did I click here? Right, let's see if I click on a new date. Let me click here on Wednesday, right? Right, Wednesday. We need a Wednesday, right? Let me click on a Monday. We need a Monday, right? So the hour, it's gonna be the hour of the current date, right? But the date itself is gonna be the particular date we clicked into, right? So we're gonna use this. You're gonna see how we're gonna use this into when we are actually rendering the pop over, right? Or the dialog here, right? Okay, cool. Right, so once you're done with that, then the next thing we now need to show is a time, right? The current time, right? So let me close this and let's just remove the on click. We don't need the on click function for now, right? So then the next thing we just need to return as well inside this parent div is actually a time indicator, right? Right, remember we've got is current day here, right? So we need to check if the current day, is it current day, is it today, right? So if we are on a current day and it's today, we need to show an indicator, right? So this is what we did earlier on, right? I'm gonna minimize this. We did earlier on, we have a state for keeping track of time, and we're using a use effect here to just keep track of time for every minute, right? So for every minute our UI will be updating, right, to keep track of time. So for that, what you can do is to simply bring a time indicator, right? So I'm just gonna put a comment just here that says time indicator, right? I'm gonna put that just here. Say this is a time indicator, right? Okay, good. And for that time indicator, let's now do a conditional rendering, right? We can get is current day, right? We can get is current day. We pass in the date that we created earlier on, and also check if it's today. Then we return a div. Now this div is of a class absolute, right? We give it height of 0.5, right? So this is basically 2 pixels, right? And we give it a color of red, so it's basically a div. So this is what we need. We just need this line, which is actually a div, right? Let's format our code. Let's hit save. If everything goes well, we should be able to get no, that's a false error. We should be able to get an indicator here, right? So let's see where the current time is, right? So there is the current time indicator. There it is. This is my current time when I'm recording this video. They can see this indicator here, right? So if we come back earlier on, maybe after an hour, we'll be able to see the indicator. It goes on to 1300 hours, right? So it seems like we are done with this week view for now. The next thing we're just gonna do on this is actually to render a dialog here, right? So that when we click, we can be able to render a dialog, right? So that's it for this week view for now. Our calendar is coming pretty well, right? Make sure you commit your code. I've just committed my code right now, right? Okay, our calendar is coming out great. We are able to actually make use of state here. We can select between a month, a week view, and our week view shows a current time, timeline, just like that. And the next thing we need to work on is actually the day view, right? So the day view is more similar to the week view, right? So most of the things there, I won't really need to repeat myself, right? So for example, let's go on the day view on the completed project. You can see we have got a timeline and it's a clickable here, right? So we need a grid as well. So what we're going to do on a day view, so let's quickly go into our day view. There is our day view, right? What we're gonna do is gonna be, first of all, we're gonna return like in a fragment, just like that, fragment. Then we're gonna have a first div. The first div is going to have an element, which is a div with class names of grid, right? And the columns, they're gonna be 1, 2, and 3 columns, right? So for that, I'm going to have a grid which looks like this, right? I'm gonna have a div which looks like that, right? So this div has got class grid and it's got columns 1, 2, 3, right? Exactly, right? So these 2 columns is going to be of a definite definite width, actually, right? Right. Then the remaining is going to take the width as according to the screen size, right? So for the sake of time, what I'm going to bring inside is just like that first div where we have this top section here, right? So this top section is not the one that is scrollable. The next section is the one that is scrollable. So let's make this first section as yet for now, right? So for us to make that first section, we need 3 divs inside, 1, 2, then 3. So the first div is just simple, straightforward. The first div is gonna be this, just a div with GMT plus 2. So my current time where I am is actually GMT plus 2. You can make it GMT or UTC or whatever time you use, wherever you are, according to your calendar, your Google Calendar, right? Then the next div, let's look into our week view, right? On our week view, we had this div with 8 columns, right? So the first column was this div, and the second column we're actually getting weekdays, just like that, right? That's what we're having, and in that column, that's where we're actually getting hold of the current date, right? Okay, cool. So what I'm gonna do now on the day view, we need to fix this column here, right? It's gonna have a width of 16, right? And it's gonna be a column where we show the day and the date, right? Just like that. So let me bring in our state. So each and every time we always need to bring our state, and just like what we did on the week view, we also need to keep track of the current time, because you can see on the completed project, if today, let me click on today's date, you can see there's a time here, right? Exactly. So we need to keep track of that as well. So I'll just go and copy these from my week view and I'll bring them here, right? So if anyone knows how to make this more usable, reusable, just submit a pull request, right? Let me import what we need. So we need useState from React. We need Day.js from Day.js. We also need use data store from our store that we created earlier on. That is from lib/store, right? And we also need use effect, right? Okay, so we're gonna be using the current time to show the current indicator, and also the user selected date. We're going to use it to show something like this. We need to be able, like for example, you can see if it's the current date, like today is Thursday on the 3rd, I can be able to show the highlighted date to say this is the date. It's got a blue background, right? So that's basically what we need. So for that, I'll just bring the second div, which is actually this div here, right? So that's the second div. Where am I? This is the parent div, right? Then this is the second div, right? Okay, I also need some variables here, which is called is today, right? So on our get hours, we didn't, it's not actually functional. We're able to get this, so let's just create these variables locally, right? So let's just check if it's today, right? So we're now just turning everything into JavaScript object here, right? So we're making use of Day.js as well. So this is a Day.js date. We convert it so that it's representable in a more readable way. So we are comparing like is to like here, right? That's the way we're able to check is it today, right? If it's today, then give these classes here text blue 600, right? And if it's today, also make the text inside to be what? White, basically, just like that. Okay, let's hit save, right? So it's not complete because we need three columns actually. So this is the first column, second column, and we need a third column. So a third column is just basically going to be an empty div, right? But currently, let's check how it looks on our UI. This is how it looks on our UI. Let's go to the day view, right? Let's click on day. This is how it looks on our UI, right? Okay, so for now, I'm gonna just put an empty div here. I'm just gonna put an empty div, or I can do this page side. You can see now the second div is just taking everything. So let me just put the last div, which is an empty div here, and everything should be able to be sitting nicely, right? Okay, cool. Right, so that's the first section of our day view, right? It's not scrollable, right? So this is the first div, right? So first div is, and this first div has got a border of right, just like that, with the text GMT plus 1, right? Okay, so we're done with this div. It's more like the week view, right? Let me create now the second second section, right? That's where we have the scrollable area, right? So I need to bring the scroll area component from shardcn. We give it the same height of 70 view height, right? Make sure you import the scroll area here, right? It should be imported from UI. Okay, good, just like that. Now what we need to do, we need to create those boxes again, right? But first of all, it's going to be how many columns? It's going to be 2 columns. It's going to be this column for time and this column for the boxes, right? These boxes, right? So we need a grid which allows us to have such a layout, right? There's that div. Let's make sure we close it just like that. Okay, cool. There's that div, right? And first of all, let's start now with the first column should be the time, right? So I'm just gonna put a comment and say this is a time column, right? So the time column, we're going to do exactly what we just did on the week view, right? On the week view, what we did here, that's exactly what we're going to do, right? So we're going to do this time column here, that's what we're going to do, right? So let's bring in that div where we get hold of get hours again, right? So let's bring it here, right? And make sure you import get hours, right? Make sure get hours is imported, and we show our hours like that, right? So let's import get hours, right? And let's format our code so that it shows nicely, right? So that's the time column, right? Let me bring it closer here. That's the time column, right? All the way from here up to here, right? So this is the time column. So this is the first column, which is auto here, right? So the second column now is these boxes. Let me go to the day view. It will be the boxes here, right? Okay, so let's hit save. Let's refresh and see what we get there. While that is refreshing, let's now sort. You can see there's the time column here, right? You can see there's the time column, right? So now let's now sort the boxes that shows here now, right? So for the boxes that shows here, that show on this other side, we're going to get out of the hours again. And what we did here on the week was to get out of the weekdays, right? Get a week of the weekdays, and we returned a div with the hours, just like that, right? So we need this section only, where we get the get hours, right? And also to show the current date, right? So I'm gonna bring them just here, right? Right. So let's bring that here, and let's call this day boxes column. So that's the next section we're gonna deal with, right? Then let's get the hours, right? So let's get the hours. It's gonna be a div relative border right, border gray 300. That's a parent div for this particular section where we are here. Make sure you close it nicely, right? Then inside here we're just gonna bring the get hours, right? So the get hours, gonna map them, and it's going to have those tailwind classes just like that, right? Okay, cool. Then let's make sure like we just format things nicely here, right? And let me just move my mouse so that you can be able to see all the classes, right? Okay, so it's gonna be a div, right, with a specific height, caser pointer, flex column, item center. Then the gap top and bottom should be 2, and you have a border bottom, right? Perfect, just like that. And when you hover it, we need that slightly, grayish color, just like that. Okay, so once we're done with that, we also can bring in now the current time indicator, because you can see on top here we've already done the setup for the current time, right? And the other thing we want to do, make sure you also import this is current day, the one that we get from get time, right? That's the reason why we had it here, right? Okay, so let's go where we have our current time indicator. It's just the same as what we did on the week view, right? So let's bring that here. So it's a condition kind of where we say if the current date is equals to the user selected date, right? Let's show that div just like that, right? Cool. So everything's like that. If we hit save, we should be able to see, our result here on this page here. All right, there's our result. So we have all these divs here just like that, with the border on the right, border bottom. This is the parent div. We just got border right. Okay, cool. That's basically it. And our calendars are actually pretty coming well. We can be able to select between different views here just like that, right? We can be able to see the time indicator as well on the week view, as well as on the day view. We can be able to see the time indicator, right? So let's quickly work on other things that we need to work on. Right, let's look at our completed project. We can be able to navigate to the forward dates or the previous dates like that. And if we click on today, we are taken back to the current date where we are, right? And if we click on each on this small calendar as well, we're actually able to be sent to the next month. And if we click today, we're taken back to the current day, right? So this is a functionality we need to have. So for us to be able to do that, what we need to do, we need to work on the left hand side of our header, right? Left hand side, the one we call left side. So make sure you have committed your code as well, right? Okay, so each and every button, this button, we need to give it an on click, as well as these these arrows here, we need to give them on click functions, right? So there's a way we need to do it in a more reusable manner, right? So remember when we set our state here, we have something called use date store, right? So the use date store, we have the month index that we have here. We have a way to set the month, we have a way to set the date, right? And we also have a user selected date here, right? So we're just gonna tap into those right in our left hand side and see how we can use them, right? So I'm going to go in my left side.tsx inside here, right? And let's make sure we have to import all those properties and functions and constants from our use data store, right? Use date store, right? Make sure you import it here, right? So once you import it, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to set a local constant here of the current date, right? I'm just going to call it today's date, just like that, and I need to set it to Day.js, which is a date object, right? Let's make sure like we import Day.js and put it inside here, right? Okay, right. So when we click on the first button, right? So the first button that we have here, this one here, it's actually allows us to toggle this sidebar here so that we can be able to hide the sidebar. So on our project, that is not working as yet, right? That's not working as yet. So that's another state we need to work on, right? But before we do that, let's just work on the buttons that we need to work on, which is today's date, today button. And this is not a button actually, it's actually, you know, an icon, but we can give it an on click functionality, right? Okay, so the first button, which is today's date, we need to give it an on click, and we can just simply call it handle today's click, right? So on handle today's click, we just need a function, but this particular function it's gonna be, you know, a switch. We're gonna use switch statements so that it's easy for us to navigate and be able to set a view based on the current view, right? So what I'm trying to say is this: when we are on a day view, right? When you are on a day view, if we click handle today, we need to set to today's date on the day view. If we go on a week, let's say I navigate to different pages, but I'm actually on the week view, right? But if I click date today, if I click today, it brings me to the current day in this week, right? If I go on to the month, I navigate to a different month. If I click today, I'm actually brought to this current month and it shows today's date, right? So that's a switch statement that we need. So it's a combination of the selected view from our state and also being able to set the state of the date. So we can be able to get, right, for example, this is what I'm trying to say. Let's get the view from state, right? Let's get the view from state. Make sure you import this as well, right? So based on the selected view, you can be able to set a date, set a month, right? So that's the kind of switch that we need, right? So let's get that function, which is called handle today click, right? Handle today click is a function. There it is. It's a const. So based on the selected view, if the case is a month, set the month. If the case is a date, set the date, right? But if the case is the day, we need to set the date and set the month, right? That's basically what we need. So this handle click here, we need it and take note as well, like I'm actually setting the month. I'm using Day.js to set my dates, to work with my dates. I'm not using your, you know, vanilla JavaScript object dates, right? I'm using Day.js. It's a simple library that just, you know, makes it possible for us to work with dates, right? So once we have that, let's go now to this button that says today, and on that button there, that's where we need to have the on click handler, right? our on click handler is called handle today click, just like that, right? And we hit save, right? Such that when we click on this, so we're not able to navigate as yet, but if we click on this, we should be brought to this date, right? That's fine. So let's now go into how we can be able to handle the previous days of a week, of a month, or of a day, right? And also how we can be able to handle the upcoming days, right? So for that, we can use a switch statement as well. So we need functions to be able to do that. So the first function is to handle the previous click, right? So let me just copy and okay, say use works on client components, which means I need to make this a client component, right? I need to make this a client component. So I can just have a declaration here that says use client, just like that. Okay, cool, right? Then let me have this function to handle previous click and a previous click based on the view that we are on. If you're on a month view, set the month to, so we get hold of the month index. Remember what we get from Day.js, the date object, right? The date object brings us numbers. It brings us numbers and a little bit of objects, right? So let's say the month that has been set, it's on an index number 1 or index number 1, right? So if you handle previous, if you click on handle previous, it's gonna set the month to index 0, which will become January, right? That's basically what we're doing. Yeah, right. If the month index is, for now, for example, in October, it's actually 9, right? So 9, if we click once, it's gonna set this to 8, then we'll be in September. If we click again, it's gonna be into 7, then we're actually in August, right? And also if it's on the week, on the current week that will be, we can use these methods from Day.js where we can be able to extract 1, right? And the keyword here will be week, right? We can also be able to set the date, subtract 1, and the keyword will be day, right? So let's take a look on how we can have that on our previous arrow, right? So this arrow here. So let's get that and let's have an on click here, right? And you can see there is also a class of a cursor pointer, right? Such that when you hover on it, it's actually like a button, you can click it, right? Okay, cool. Right. So what we did here, that's the same that what we need to do on the what? Handle next, right? So we can have a function that says handle next, and let's edit here. This is the handle next, and that handle next function, we need to put it on the next arrow, which is actually this arrow here, right? So let's come and put it just here, right? Just like that. Now that we have those on click functions, on click handlers, right? What you can be able to do is to do testing. We can be able to do the previous, right? You can see we're actually going to the previous month. We can go to the upcoming months, then we can be able to do like that, right? But it doesn't really show on a month view when it's on a smaller screen like this, right? Is it working on a week view? Yes, on a week view it's working. Let me try to click today. It brings me to today's date, right? Let me go on the day view. The day view is currently 17 today. Okay, 17. If I navigate, I can go to the upcoming days, right? So you can style it in other way, whichever you want. Let me maximize the screen, right? So it's say October 1st, click October 1st, because this is actually a hard-coded word, right? So we need to change that. Where did we enter it? It's actually on the left side, right? Actually enter that in the left side. There we are. So we need to change that date, right? So that date, the way we need to change it, it's actually in H1, right? In H1. So we can do something like this, right? We can do something like this. Say Day.js, if we give it a new parameter here, it's gonna create a new JavaScript object Then based on the index of the month that has been selected, right, we can format it to show it exactly as how we want it to appear, like this: October 2024 or September, whatever, right? Okay, cool. Right, let's hit save. Once we hit save, if we go on our project, let me maximize this screen, right? It says October 2024, right? Select today, October 2024. Let me select the month view, and when we go to the different month, you can see the months are changing. Click on date, it shows me back where I am, right? Okay, so we are done with that, and it works both on the week, right? It works both on the week. It also works on the day as well. Now what you want to work on is actually this popover, right? You want to work with this popover as well as this popover event summary, right? So we can just call it event popover, right? There's nothing much here working. Even these buttons are not working. It's a challenge to you if you want to work it, but you need to fill in here the title. You need to select a time, right? Even our time, the way we're selecting it is just like that, right? And also this case, you don't need to fill it. You can just add a description, right? Because at the end, what we have is title, date, description, right? Cool. Let's create that, right? So we need a way to be able to manage state for that particular popover, right? Or dialog, right? So as usual, we're using our Zustand, right? Let's go into our lib folder, install file, right? Then there we need to create state for our events, right? As well as our events like popover and the summary, right? So first of all, what we need, we can just say we need an event type. So I'm just gonna create an interface here, right? I'm gonna say it's a calendar event type, right? So this event type is actually an ID according to the database, title, date, and description. So title, date, and description, right? So we need that type to use it there, right? Then we also gonna need a type. You can use a type or an interface. We're gonna need a types for events, right? I'm just gonna call it event store, right? So our event store type should have events, which is actually an array of calendar events, right? Then we need booleans. Is the popover open? So this is the popover that we're talking about, right? And also, is the event summary open? This is the event summary open, right? We also need a way to be able to keep track of a selected event, right? And also need a way to set events, right? Some of these methods or functions, we're not gonna really use them, but I'll just put them there just for scalability purposes, right? Now let's create our store now for this particular popovers, right? I'm just gonna call it use event store, right? Just like what we did here, we say use date, where we are using this store for date, and also for use view, where we are using it for setting our views, right? So for events, I'm just gonna basically call it use event store, right? And this is how we set it. We've done that earlier on, right? Okay, there are a couple of things that you need to note, right? To set events, this function receive events, right? Which is got a type of a calendar event type, right? And set that, right? Is popover, you can just set it to true, right? And all these other things, if you want to follow them, you can just read through this documentation and set them like that, right? So once we have our store set up just like that, the next part that we need to do now, let's quickly go into our components here, right? In our components, and what we're gonna create here, first of all, it's going to be called an event popover, right? Event popover. This is gonna be a component, right? So inside here, I will just type event popover, event /popover, right? .tsx, just like that, right? So event popover.tsx, just like that. Let's quickly scaffold our component, right, just like that. Right, so it's actually, let's make that to be actual naming convention for React. So event popover should just be event popover, just like that, right? So for this event popover, what we need here is to actually have props, right? It will receive some props from the parent component, right? So I'm just gonna say interface event popover props, right? It's gonna receive those props, which is a boolean, a function, and a date, which is a string, right? Okay, then let's make sure we actually receive those props here. Is open, on close, and date, just like that. We use destructuring here, right? Then inside here, you can see on the completed project, right, what we have. We have like an overlay here, right? If I can say an overlay, or let's say an encasing div, right, with the different opacity, right? For different opacity, then there's a child div, which is actually white, and it's just designed like this, the way we're seeing it, right? It's got an input, and this is a button. It's not clickable, but the save button is actually clickable, right? And also you have something like this, a scrollable time, right, just like that. Okay, and also shows a date and some icons, right? Okay, so this is what we want to create. For the sake of time, I'm just going to quickly bring the code here and explain it, right? So I'm just going to be quick. We need a use effect, right? The code is a combination of we're going to use ref and also use effect hooks, right, to manage visibility of the popover component when clicking outside of it, right? So we need to be able to do this. If we click inside, it doesn't close. If we click outside, it closes, right? So we'll make use of use ref as well as use effect. So let's get hold of use ref. We're going to say just const popover ref, then we import use ref, right, of a type HTML div element. The initial state of that is going to be set to null, right? Okay, cool. Then after that, let's get hold of a use effect, right? Use effect, and inside use effect, I need a function that is called handle click outside, right? And click outside. Let me quickly just populate this, then I'll explain it, right? And I also need some conditions here, if statements, right, and a return function as well. Then I'll just give my use effect some dependencies, just like that, right? So what's happening here, right? So first of all, we have the cost, the popover variable. So this line is just creates a reference, which we call here popover reference, using useRef that we get from React, right, to track off the HTML element of the popover, right, which will be initially set to null, but later on it will be assigned to a div or any other element that we can think of. But for example, in this case, it's going to be a div, right? It's going to be this encasing div here, this one, this inner div, not the outside one, this inner div, right? Right. So how do I use effect? This hook runs whenever dependencies the is open or on close change. That's when I use effect run. So the purpose of this use effect is just to handle the adding and removing of the mouse down. That's why we have the mouse down here, the mouse down event listener, based on whether it's open or it's closed. The handle click outside function, this is a function which we have defined here inside our use effect, right? It is to handle click events, right, outside of the popover, right? So if we click here, if we click inside, nothing happens. If we click outside, something happens, closes, right? It checks if the click up and outside of the popover element, right? Then we have a popover.ref.current, right? This just references the popover element, which will be our div, right? And also, if the popover.current does not contain an event checks if the element is clicked inside, right? So if it is not true, so what we are doing with this if statement here is to check if it's a div, and also we didn't click outside, right? If we didn't click outside, if we clicked outside, then let's have an on clause here, right? Okay, then let's have an if is open, if this is true, what we're going to do, we're going to add an event listener of a mouse down, right? Gonna have an event listener of a mouse down, but otherwise we can do a cleanup with this return function here, right, to remove that mouse down, right, so that we can prevent memory leaks, right? And it has got these dependencies now, is opening on close, right? Okay, so that's basically what our use effect is just doing there, right? But for the sake of time, let me quickly go ahead and populate code here the way we want it, right? I'm just going to populate all the code that we need for this popover. Nothing much of functionality, it's just a matter of design here that's happening here, right? So I'm going to add everything that we need, right? We're going to have a whole end of clause function as well to handle the closing, right? And also on the hand popover click, we just need to stop propagation, right? Just need to have this stop propagation, just like that. Okay, cool, right? So this is the parent div. That's the one that has an opacity, background black, and the opacity is actually 50. That's this div, yeah, right? That's this div here. And now our element where we're using the ref here, this is the div that we're talking about inside, right? This is in cast div, right? That we have a maximum width of mid and all these properties, right? Make sure you take note of those Tailwind CSS classes, right? Exactly, right? The other thing what we're doing on our form here, we just need to prevent a default behavior of our form, you know, submitting without us you know, letting it submit. And also let's make sure like this button is actually of a type button, so that we don't have, it's not assumed as if it's submit. So this should be just type button, right? Okay, all right. Then we also have in our form an input. We've got those classes there. Then we've got all these other designs. So the rest of the things is just a matter of design. But we need a component here, right? We need a component. You can see on this particular div, we have a clock icon and a div that shows us the time, just like that, the date and the time. But we also need to show this component that shows us this time here, right? So let's quickly create that component, and we can just call it add time, right? So inside our components folder, let's go ahead and create a file called add/time.tsx, just like that. So that's where we are able to get all the hours, right? We can be able to get all the hours, or we can create our own hours actually, right? We can just create our own hours inside this, and we can just make use of a for loop, and that for loop we can do something with it, right? You can create some intervals, right? Because this is not hours actually, it's in intervals of 15 minutes in between, right? You can see 15 minutes in between, right? So for the sake of time, I'm just gonna quickly bring that code as well for the add time, right? I'm gonna bring the code for the add time here, right? And as usual, we are using some refs here as well, right? Using some refs here as well. We're also doing, you know, an adding of an event listener, right? And also removing that, right? We're using a use effect as well, right? And also make sure like we have the click outside here as well here, right? So that we don't have a funny behavior here, right? Okay, then we want to generate these times, these intervals here, right? So we can create a function called generate time intervals, and it's an array, right? But what we're doing, we're using a for loop within a for loop. So a for loop within a for loop, right? And we are able now to create times intervals which are like this, right? It's time intervals which are like this, split within 15 seconds, right? So you can either make it the way you want. If you want 30 minutes, you can just put 30 here, right? Right, exactly. Cool, right? Then what you're basically returning here, it's a div, and inside that div there's gonna be a scrollable area, right? So we need to import that scrollable area, right? So when this is open, you can see we have a local state. When this is open, like for example, when it's open like this, it will show you the terms like this. But on the initial state, let me refresh here quickly, right? When it's not open like that, it should show you to say 8 time, but it's not showing. I think it's a bug, right? But that's the component we have to just show us time, right? And are we receiving any props? No, we're not receiving any props, right? Do we have any state, global state? No, we don't have any global state here. We don't have any global state, right? Okay, right, but we have a handle time select function here, right? So a handle time select function, it sets the selected time, right? It just sets the selected time. So if we click here, it just sets the selected time like that. Set the selected time like that, right? Cool. So we're gonna see everything in action when we are actually sending this to the database, right? So that's our add time component. Let's make sure we import it here. Right, we import it here like that. The add time component is imported, right? So we need now to see this in action. Okay, where are we gonna place this event popover? I'm gonna close all these. We're gonna place it in the main view, right? So in our main view here, just after this div here, right? After this div here, we can just show our events, event popover just here, right? But for us to be able to do that, we need to keep track of state, right? We need to keep track of state. Currently we have the view store, like, right? We can bring more from our stall file, right, which is in the lib. So we need the events now. We need the events, right? And we also need the date, the selected date as well. You see that in action, everything working in action, right? So I'm gonna bring all those like that, just like that. And make sure you import from lib/store, and also the use state, import it as well, right? Okay, let's go again to our event popover. Our event popover gets these props, right? These props here, these are booleans, and it also gets a date. If you go on the completed project, if I click on the popover, there is a date, Friday, October 25, right? Let me go, maybe for example, let me go into March the 7th, which will be on a Friday. If I click there, it is showing me Friday, March the 7th, just like that, right? So this is the date that we need. You can actually show the full date if you want here, right? But me, I'm just showing just like that, right? Okay, cool. So that's why we need this particular date here, so that we can be able to show it, right? Okay, cool. We can be able to show that date here, right? And that date we receive whenever we do any click, right? So now we're back in our main view. Then just down here, we need a condition, right? When the popover is open, that's when you render the popover, right? That's when you show the popover, right? So when this popover is open, right, depending on the current state, then show this popover, and make sure you pass these props is open, on close, and date, and that we're getting from our global state. And also make sure like the date is always available. This date is the user selected date, right? So whatever date is selected by the user, that's the date we're using, right? right? So make sure you make an import here, right? So also, yeah, so this has nothing to do with a view, right? So whether you're in a week view or day view, the event popover always shows, right? Let's hit save here. What else are we missing? These event summaries, right? So for now, I'm just gonna comment out those because we're not gonna use the event summary for now, but we use them later on, right? Okay, so if we click now on our completed project, let's see if we try to click. There's no cursor, right? It's not showing me a cursor here, right? Let me just quickly refresh. I mean cursor pointer. Let me just quickly refresh. And while we're on that, let me just quickly go into my div and see if I have cursor pointer here, right? So in this month view, we actually need to have an on-click handler on this particular div, right? But something that I did, according to Google Calendar, even if it's a mouse, there's no cursor pointer here, right? So just here in our month view box, we need to have a handle click function, right? So our handle click function will basically look like this. Prevent default, right? Then set the date and also get the on popover open that you get from the global state, right? So we need to bring that state inside here, right? So just on top here, we need to bring those states just like that. Okay, let's make sure you import this from lib/store. You also import this from lib/store, just like that, right? So once you have them, then this handle click, now we can actually use it on our div, right? So on our handle click here, on our on this div, we can add an on click function, right? Let's nicely format our code and let's hit save, right? So you see there's a combination of using global state and also some local state here, right? It's very important to have state. So I'm using Zustand, it's easy to implement, right? So if we go now here, and you can see the popover is now working finely, right? It's working nicely. You can change this button to be blue, right? I'm just gonna leave it like that. And our edit time is also working the way we want it, right? It's also working nicely, right? There's one thing which is missing here, which is actually add on my popover, which is actually an input for me to be able to add some summaries, right? But I'm going to implement that later on, right? So for now, that's it, right? So let's see if I go to the week view. Do we have a popover as well? No, we don't have a popover, right? Which means that we need to do some things as well on our week view, right? We need to have a way where we can be able to click on each and every of these boxes so that we can be able to render a popover, right? So the open popover on our week view, we actually need to edit on this div here, on this particular div here, right? So inside that div there's nothing, but we can actually add an on-click handler here, right? An on-click handler, and let's just bring the state, right? Let's just bring the state. So what I'm gonna bring on top here, we're just gonna bring the global state. So we have the user selected date already, but we're just gonna bring the on popover and the set date, right? Just like that. We will use them later on, right? Okay, cool, just like that. We're having an error here, it's saying but never used. That's fine. Let's make sure we import this from lib/store, right? Once we have that, then on this div here we can have our on click, right? So instead of clicking an on click function separately, I'm just going to add here, right? So that we handle an on open popover, right? But for the date, let me just comment it out like that. If I comment it out like that, I do get an error. Why is that error? it's saying it's not used, but it's fine. Let's leave it like that for now. I'll comment it out. I just want to see what's going to happen, right? So let's try to click on any of these and see what kind of a popover are we gonna get, right? So if I click, I get October 29th, right? October 29th, Tuesday, right? Let me go again. November 5, right? It's giving me November 5. So even if I'm here on Friday 15th, it's giving me November 12th, right? Of which I'm supposed to get just the actual date, right? So let's uncomment this now. Hit save, right? Then it means these dates should be set correctly, right? Let me close this and let me go back to today, right? If I click on Monday, which was the 30th of September, I can get Monday 30th of September. Let me go the dates which are forward. If I click here, Saturday October 19th, right? If I go further again, I can be able to get the actual date, right? So that popover is working nicely on our week view, right? Okay, now it's working nicely on the week view. Let's see what happens on the day view. On the day view, if you click, there's nothing that happens, right? Let me close this, which means we also need to add an on click on our day view, right? So if we quickly go on our day view, we also just need just right here where we have this div, right? There's nothing currently that we are showing in that div inside, but here we can just bring that on click function just here. Now this on click function, we can set the date. We need to get the hour now. We need to get the hour and also open the popover, right? Okay, cool. Right, so we have that user selected date and with the set date and on and open popover. Do we have them here already? We don't have them, so we need to import them here, right? So let's make sure we import it from state, right? So let's just go on top and make sure you import that from state, our global state, right? Make sure you import them just on top here, right? Import them just like that. And the event store, make sure you import it. It's imported correctly, right? So let me just do an auto import just like that. Hit save, right? Once you hit save, the errors are gone. Then it means if we click on each particular box, we should be able to get that particular date, right? This is Friday, December. I'm gonna close it. I'm gonna click today, and I'm gonna click here, right? It doesn't give us time, so that's another feature that I'm giving you as a challenge. You can actually implement so that when we select on a particular time, that's the time that is selected here, right? Okay, cool. So we're gonna leave it like that. We've created an events create dialog just like that, right? It's not saving to the databases yet, but it's fine. The next thing we just need to work on is to create this event summary and also event summary popover and also these renderer, right? Events renderer. These are slightly like boxes inside this main box here, right? So what we can do quickly is to create some form of dummy data, right? So inside our lib, you can just quickly create a file. Let's just call it data.ts, right? Data.ts, not comma, .ts, just like that. And we can make use of our Day.js library to create some, dates kind of, or, times kind of, right? So I'm just gonna bring in the data that I have, the dummy data that I do have, which is basically this, right? Our events, remember, according to our store here, it's going to have an ID, title, date, and description. So that's exactly what you're following, which means this event actually has an ID, it's got a title, date, and a description, right? So that's basically what you're following here, right? Okay, cool. So with the Day.js, you see, you can be able to, use it to create dates, times, days, hours, all these things that you want to make, right? So those are our events, right? Then what we can do, first of all, let's create what we call an event renderer, right? This is an event renderer. Like this is an event rendered item, which is in green, which is got a green background, right? So to create that, it's simple, right? It's simple. What you can just do inside our components folder, let's create a new file. We're gonna call it event renderer, right? Renderer, just like that, .tsx, right? Then let's quickly initialize our component for simplicity, because this is not something hectic. We've been doing this for long now. Let's just bring it here, right? Then you can see we're importing our library, we're importing React, we need React, and what we're just doing, we're actually getting the events, then we filter them, right? Okay. So our events renderer receives some props. It receives the props, which is actually the date, the view, or the events, right? Okay, we're gonna see that into action later on, right? So what we're trying to say, if the event, right, if the view is equal to month, then format the date to be something like this, right? When we are rendering these events, right? Otherwise, if the view is week or day, just show us the event date to be like this, right? Okay, then inside here we can give this div an events open event summary, right? Open event summary, right? Because what we want to do, we want to show that event here, but if we click on it, we want to show the summary. That's basically what we're doing here, right? So click on it, show the summary, right? Right. So let's try to click on it. We are showing the date as this, right? Like that. Then let's go to a week, right? Do we have any events here for this week? Let's click here. Shows the dates just like that as well, right? Let's go on the day. Do we have any events? Upcoming events. If we click on it, shows just like that. Okay, cool. That's fine, right? Right. So right, the reason why we're filtering these events, right, it's because on a view, the view if it's a week or a day, usually we also show hours there, right? We also show hours, or we take note of hours as well. So that's why we're having this condition here, right? Okay, right, good. So where are we going to now to use this events renderer, right? So this events renderer, let's go inside our, for example, is it month view box, or month view box, right? So let's take a look into the month view box, right? In the month view box, just under here, we can actually get hold of that events renderer and actually be able to pass it a date, a view, and events, right? So let's import events renderer and put it just here, right? Okay, let's edit here. So we need these events, we're gonna get them from libdata data, right? So where are we getting the date? We're getting from the current day that we have, that we're getting from our parent component, and the view we just set it to month, and the events we just pass the events here, right? Okay, before I proceed now, I now need to create an event summary popover, right? It's more like the event popover, but it's going to have a few items inside, right? So let's quickly create a file here. We're gonna call it event summary popover, event summary popover.tsx, just like that. So this event summary popover, let me bring it again. It's more like the event popover created, but this is just a summary, right? So there we go, there we have the code, right? So we're also using use ref and use effect, right? It's gonna take these properties, these props, right, those booleans, and also an event, which is a single event, right? And we're using our use effect here. We are listening to events. We can add events, of which is a mouse down, right? That allows us to either click on an item, which is our div, or also click outside to close the pop over, right? Okay, so this, we just use it to handle our pop over, so that when we click on it, right, it shows, it doesn't close automatically, but if we click outside, the pop over closes. That's basically how pop overs work, right? And as usual, we can just, the parent div can have an opacity, the encasing div can have an opacity of 50. Then the div, the actual div we want to reference to, we can just give it these elements, right? You can have a button to close it, and we can also give it a p tag where we can show the event title and also the event date, right? Okay, so once we have the event summary pop over, we also need to edit in our main view. So in our main view, just down here, we also need to add that event summary pop over, right? And we're gonna use global state to handle when should it be shown, when it should not be shown, right? So we're gonna have a condition as well. We're gonna have an event summary open, right? And the event summary pop over. Let's import event summary pop over. So if the event summary is open and there's a selected event, that's the only time we're gonna show this event pop over. So what we're basically trying to say, when there's an event and if we click on that event, that's when it shows the summary. Otherwise, it's no use showing an event summary where there's no event. We can rather show what the want to add events, right? Okay, so let's make sure I now uncomment this that we're getting from state, and let me hit save, right? Let me just format my code nicely in my main view so that it shows nicely. There we go. So we have event popover and event summary popover, right? Okay, right. Then once we have that, let me just quickly close this. And in our month view, where is our month view? In our month view, then we should be able now to see an event renderer showing our events, right? So let's go and select the month. And if we select the month, you can see they're actually already have events showing. And if I click on them, you can see there's an event summary showing, right? Just like that. Exactly. Cool. Right. So we also need to show these events on the week as well as on the day, right? So what we can do, we can now go on our week as well, right? We can go on our week. Here's our week. There is a div that where there was nothing inside, right? So there is that div. So inside this div, that's where we need to bring the events renderer, right? So we can just bring in our events renderer here, and make sure you import that event renderer just like that. Okay, let me make sure like I minimize this. You can be able to see everything, right? Event renderer, import it. Auto import doesn't seem to work. Event renderer. Okay, I can manually import it. Right, let me just quickly manually import it from event renderer. So I can import it manually from here. Just like that. Okay, then what's happening here? Can't find event renderer. Then events. Okay, this should be event renderer, right? Just like that, not events renderer, it's event renderer. Okay, then I say yes. So it means in my math box there will be an error. No, it's correct, actually it's correct. Okay, cool. Right, then I need to get hold of the week events, right? This is coming from my dummy data, right? My dummy data that I have. There we go, import it. Let me format everything to be nice, right? So this is what I was talking about when we're creating this event summary popover, no, the event renderer, right? You see, based on each view, right, our date is formatted in a way that is different from the week view and the day view, right? So if you see on if the view is a month, then our date, there's a way we're handling it, right? But if it's on a week and a day, there's a way we're handling it. We're actually adding hours right here for the week and the day. So that's why we need this condition here, right? Exactly. Okay, cool. So let me hit save on my week view. Let me hit save again, right? Then if I navigate to my week, I should be able to see some events on that week, right? Week event is not defined. I've imported it actually. There it is, it's imported. Let's just wait for it to update, right? Okay, so while that's working on the background, we can also do the same on the day view, right? So let me close everything here as well. Close everything. Let's minimize this. Then go on my day view, right? So on this div here, where there's nothing inside, I can actually bring my event renderer as well here, right? So in my day view, let me get hold of the event renderer, right? And we need day events, so I'll bring it here, right? There's my event renderer. Make sure I import it correctly, right? There we go. Then I also need to get the day events from my dummy data, right? I need to get this day dates from my dummy data, right? Is the week working, right? On the week, there we go. We also have this, right? It's actually showing, right? Okay, right. Let me import day events from lib, right? Format nicely. Let me hit save, right? Once I hit save, I should be able to see that on my day view as well, right? So on my day, there we are. I'm actually showing those events as well. So on this particular time, I'm gonna receive this. Then on this particular time, I'm gonna show this, right? So you can see how we can make use of Day.js, right, to create even hours, right? So that's what we're doing here on the day. Then also on the week, there's also hours, right, that we are making use of here, right? Exactly. Perfect, right? So this is it, ladies and gentlemen, for now, right? You can see our calendar is coming out well right now. It's not yet connected to the back end. We're gonna do that later on, right? And you can see all the views are showing. We can also be able to show the events here, right? Cool. Now on a larger screen, we would like to be able to click our button and be able to toggle show sidebar or hide sidebar, right? So we want this effect here, just like this, right? So let's go ahead and do that. So basically what we need to do inside our header left side, there is a button, which is this button here, right? This first button here. So on that button, we just need an on-click function, and that on-click function is just to set the sidebar either open or closed, right? So we need to get that sidebar, and we have that from our store. We're gonna create actually a new store, right? New global state, right? For us to be able to manage that, right? So let's just put it just here on top here, or just basically here, right? Just here. Let's put it here, right? And we need to create this now. So let's go in our lib/store and let's us create that toggle sidebar, right? So we just need a function which looks like this. Export const use toggle sidebar store, right? And also we need the types for that, right? So the types of that is just to have a function and a boolean, right? Function and a boolean, right? So what we can do, these types actually, you can put them in a separate separate file, or you can just put them maybe just on top, just here like that, right? So I'm just going to organize my files nicely so that they show nicely, right? So let me copy all my files, my types, and put them just on top here, right? And let me format my file nicely, right? Let me hit save. Then that global state, now we can use it just like that here. Okay, all right, okay, cool. Let's hit save, right? And let's take a look at what are we getting on our sidebar, left sidebar. Do we really need this state? Let's just leave it like a state like that, right? Let's just try to test it out. Let's put it on a large screen. If we toggle, nothing happens. Let's refresh, and we need this effect, right? This effect. So where are we having our sidebar? Our sidebar is actually in the main page. What do we have in our sidebar? So let's go in our sidebar, the main sidebar. We have the sidebar here, right? So for that sidebar, I think we need a function, right? So let's quickly see if we can add a function, an on-click function, right? So here, that's where now we need to get hold of state from use toggle sidebar, right? Let's get that state here. Make sure you import this from lib/store, just like that. Okay, hit save. Then since we have a way of rendering conditionally here, in terms of if the sidebar is open, so the opposite of sidebar is open, then on large screen you can make it either hidden or shown, right? Let's hit save, right? And also let's go to the left side of our header. Let's hit save, right? So in such a case, we should now be able to show or hide our sidebar, right? So we can do like this, click on it, hide, show, hide, show, hide, show, hide, just like that, right? So everything is working. The next thing we just need to work on is this button, right? We can work on this button and also the sidebar calendar, right? Those are the things we need to work on right now. So let's go into the it's a sidebar, this create button, right? So on this create button, what we just need is the pop over, right? But our create button is not part of the main view, right? It's not part of the main view, it's on its own. So we're gonna have local state for our create button, right? Same as what we did on handling pop overs on the maybe day view or week view or month view, right? That's basically what you're gonna have here, right? So we already have the events create, right? The event pop over already. So that's the one we're gonna import inside here, right? And make use of it, right? So let's look at the event pop over, and we also need SVG icons, right? Because on the completed project, I was trying to get hold of this icon, I couldn't get hold of it, so I just took a picture and turned it into an SVG, right? Okay, so let me create those SVG icons, right? So you can just simply create a file inside your components, right? Inside your components here, you can just create a file and just call it svg/icons, right? .tsx, just like that, right? And you can put as many SVGs as you want, right? So this is how you can create it, right? You just need to give types. So this is an HTML attribute actually, which is an SVG element, right? So I'm just going to bring the Google picture. It's an image, right? I got it from Google, I googled it, then I turned it into the SVG, right? So once you have that, you can make sure like you import it here, right? Okay, seems as if it's not importing the way it should, so I'm gonna remove them for now like that. Then I'm just gonna auto import, try to do auto import. Okay, let's auto import just like that. And also the event pop over, let's import it from event popover like that. Okay, let's format everything the way we want it to be, right? Once we format, we hit save, right? So once we are done with that, we should be able to see our button on the larger screen. It only shows on the larger screen because the sidebar only shows on the larger screen. So this is how our sidebar looks like with that kind of styling, right? Okay, so what we just did here, we are having local state and we are actually handling on open, right? We're using a use callback here, right? This is local state that we're using, right? It's the same that what we did on our exactly what we're doing here, but we're using global state. So instead of using global state, we are now just using local state here because this is not part of our main view, right? It's not part of our main view because what we did in our main view, that's where we put actually this event pop over to manage it with global state. But in this case, we can just use local state, right? It's not a hard rule. You can try to use global state if you are fine with it, right? Okay, so that's it with regards to that. I'm just gonna close this, right? Okay, let's work on our sidebar calendar, which is actually this small calendar that you can see on the completed project, right? One thing to note is that you actually be able to do like navigate to the upcoming months, or we can navigate the previous month using these arrows, right? So this is the same implementation we did here, right? And also as I navigate forward and backwards, you can see there's a change with regards to these numbers here, right? So this is to show you a week number, right? So currently I'm on day 4, I mean the 4th day of October, and it's actually the year the week number 40 for the year, right? I can even go and see if we're in December, this will be week number 52, right? So let's first of all get a function that create a function that gets us these numbers here in this column here, right? The rest of getting these days here, we've already implemented that already, right? So let's quickly go ahead and do that, right? So inside our get time, the first thing we need to bring is actually this plugin here. And the way we're going to bring that plugin is simple. We can just follow let's see, where do they actually tell us where to do it? So let me go to week of year and see if we can get that plugin. Yeah, we just need to extend it like that, right? So what I'll do is that I'll import week of year, right? You'll see later on where we're going to use it. I'll import week of year just on top here, right? Then I'll just follow this, what they said here, right? So I need week of year, right? I actually need week of year, which is this one, right? Then I can just import it just on top here, right? Then we're gonna use it. That allows us to tap into the method of week, right? You're gonna see how we're gonna do it. So let's create a function. This function is just an array. It returns an array back to us, right, with the week numbers, right? So let's dynamically generate those weeks, right? So we need a function that generate weeks of the month dynamically, right? And we need a function now. So we can just say export const. So export const, I'm gonna call it get weeks. Can it call it get weeks numbers, right? Export consts, yeah. Yeah, right. Export const, and I'm gonna call it week get weeks, right? And it's going to accept a parameter of the which an index is gonna receive a parameter of a week indexed. If you have seen earlier on in our state here, right, when we were using the date store, right, there is what we call selected month index, right? So based on the selected month we will be currently, let's say in October, we need to get the weeks for that particular month, right, in terms of numbers, like which week number. So actually you can call this function get week numbers, right? You can call it like that, but I'm just gonna leave it like that, right? So first all what we need to do, I need a variable to just tell us which current year are we, which year are we. By default it will be this current year where we are currently. We need to get the first day of the month, right? First day of the month, right? And also we need to get the last day of the month, right? So I'll just make a comment and get the last day of the month. So put them in variables just like that, right? Okay, once we get the first day and the last day of the month, we would like to return from this function, we'd like to return weeks, right? Or week numbers, right? So the weeks will be for type number, which should be an array, right? Then we're gonna use a while loop now, right? Instead of using a for loop, we're just gonna make use of a while loop here, right? I'm gonna comment here and say loop from the first day to the last day of the month. So the way how we're gonna loop that, I'll just say, just try to get the current day, and for current day I'll just say let current day be the first day of the month, right? Then while the current day is before the last day of the month, or the current day is the same as last day of the month, we want to do something, right? So I'm just gonna bring this while loop here. There is a while loop, right? We need to check the current day. So these are Day.js methods, right? If I hover on is before, right, it tells you what it does, right? So this indicates whether the day object is before the other supplied date time, right? So we're checking, is the current day before, or is it the same like last day of the month, right? If it's like, while that's true, we need now to get the week number. So we get to say const week number is equals to current day dot week. So this is now where we need that plugin. This is where we have to utilize that plugin, right? For example, let me try to remove that. Let me try to comment out that, right? If I try to comment out that, you're gonna see an error here. It says, you know, property week does not exist, right? So we need to extend that plugin so that we can be able to tap into the week, right? So we're getting week numbers, right? So if the weeks includes week number, then we can say weeks.push week number, right? The current day, then we're gonna add a day to it to move to the next day, right? So from each day, we're using a while loop, right, to see from each day which current week are we in, based on the year that we're in, based on the month that we're in. So that's what this while loop is basically doing, right? And what we'll need to return now is actually the weeks. So we say return weeks, right? So this whole function actually just lets us to, you know, get hold of the number, the weeks, right? Like which number of the week in the year are we in currently, right? So that's basically what we're doing, right? Why is this error? Weeks is never assigned, use const instead. I'm gonna leave it like that. I don't know why am I getting that error, right? But I'm gonna leave like that. Or I can say const. I can fix this actually. Let's try to fix it. Quick fix. Fix this prefer const problem. Okay, let's leave it like that. It's a const, right? So once we have that, now let's go to our sidebar calendar. On our sidebar calendar, first of all, what do we have? We have this section here with the date, the month and the year, and also these, you know, chevrons, right? These navigations, right? So let's create this component to be a div, right? So currently actually it is a div, and that div we need to give it some class names, right? So let me get hold of that div and give it some class names, right? So that div, let's give it a class name, just margin top and bottom of 6 and a padding of 2, right? Then let's create now this top part where we have the date and these navigations, right? So we're just gonna say it's a flex, right? I'm gonna just create that to be a flex, and we just center the items, right, and justify between, right? So it will be a div as well. It will be a div, right? Let me import the Day.js. Let me import Day.js, and I also need the selected month indexed. So for that, I need to get hold of my state, right? Let me quickly go and grab my state and bring it here. We've created this earlier on. I'm gonna import everything that we need, right? And also I need to import those icons. We've done this before. So this shouldn't be something new, right? Okay, let me format my code so that it can be readable, right? So this is the parent div, right? And this is the first item in this div, where we have the month and the year, and also the navigation icons here, right? So on the navigation icons, you can see we're having an on click, just like what we did here on top here. On click handler, we set the month, right? We can either decrement or increment the month, right? So that's what we have here. And we're just formatting our current, or rather the selected month, right? We format it so that it can show the month as well as the year. We're using Day.js to do that, right? So that's the first div. Let's hit save. Let's go on our sidebar. We can see now we have the month, year, and with these navigations, right? Let me try to navigate. You can see they're actually working, right? They're actually working just like that. Okay, let me just go to today. Okay, so let's move now to the next stage. The next stage is actually we need to have these dates now. We need to have these numbers as well as these weeks, right? So you can see we are making use of a grid kind of, right? But let me start with this section here, right? So for that section, I'm not gonna make use of our two-dimensional array because the design here is kind of tricky for me. I'm not really good as yet with regards to designing, right? So I'm just going to create a header row here, right? Just gonna create a header row, gonna call it a header row, and we don't need much, nothing complicated. We don't need anything that is so complex. We just need a div, which is a grid, and it's got 7 columns. That's what we need, right? And you can see there's a spacing as well, right? There's an empty grid here first of all here, right? You can see there's an empty grid, right? So it should be this going to be a grid, an encasing grid, right? So for me to explain it nicely, let me just bring the code here and see what I'm trying to talk about, right? So for my header row, I'm gonna have a div, right? So this div is going to have 2 columns, right? And the first column is gonna be empty. Then the second column is going to have the second grid column of this main is going to have 7 columns, right? So I have an array here, which is the abbreviations of the days of the week, right? I just map them over and I just return what I can call a day of the week, right? Cool, just like that, right? So if you can see on the design, this is actually a grid, right? A grid which has got an outer grid as well, right? So here there's an empty space. So that's me with regards to the designing how I thought like it should work. So this is the div, right? And there's an empty div which occupies the first grid of this parent div, right? Then the second div, it's actually a child div, div which is also grid, but it's got 7 columns, right? So this is the best way I can explain that. So if we are done with that, if we hit save, we're able to see this type of layout, right? Layout where we're able to see the days of the week is Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and the first column is actually empty, right? So I think if we go on Google Calendar, we're actually able to see that, right? So while that is loading for Google Calendar, we can be able to check and cross-reference, right? But let's proceed with our design, right? So the next step, what we need is now to have the weeks column, right? We're gonna have the weeks column first of all, right? So let me close this. You can see we now have the days of the week. So the next section, we need to have a column here which shows us the weeks, the week numbers, right? The week numbers. And also we have the main days here, right, inside here, right? So I'm gonna try to do a little bit of designing here as well, right? So what I'm just going to do, I'm going to give a comment here, right? I'll just name, this is the main content, weeks and days, right? So let's grab our code. We need a parent div, right, which is a grid, which has 2 columns, right? The parent div, like that, it's got 2 columns. The first column is going to show us the weeks columns, so the week number columns, right? So this one is going to show us week, let me say week number columns, week number column, right? And that week number column, we're going to make use of those, you know, get weeks, right? Weeks of the month rather, right? All right, so our get weeks function, here accepts a parameter which is a month index. What I would like to do in the small calendar is to get out of this selected month index, which will be our parameter, right? So what we can do quickly is to create a constant here. We can just call it weeks of the month, right? Or weeks of month, right? And we call our get weeks function from our get times file, right? So from our get times file, we get this, we pass in month index. In this case, the month index will be the selected month index that we have in our state. Let's make sure we import get weeks from lib, right? And now we have weeks of the month, right? It's gonna, so our first column, which is this small column with a definite width, is gonna be now those weeks of the month, right? What I can just do, I can just make it a grid as well with a definite width, and in that grid I need 5 rows. So basically what I want to try to do, it's going to be grid, but instead of having columns, it's going to be rows. 1 2 3 4 5 rows, right? So my Tailwind CSS classes, we're going to have that, and you can see here as well, there is a shade of gray, right? A slightly, you know, very light or slightly darker, you know, color, right? That's what I'm just gonna imitate, right? So here are my Tailwind CSS classes, as well as the weeks of the month, weeks of the month, right? So I get my, it's a div type of a class name grid, definite width, right? So that will be the first column according to here, right? And I'm just gonna give it some, you know, spacing, top and bottom, right? I'm just gonna make it rounded to have some smooth edges, right? And I'm gonna give it a background of gray 100 and a padding of 1, right? Then what I would do, the weeks of the month that has been passed a selected month index, then I'll just map over that and I'll return a span. Then the span will return the week, right? So that's what we have on the first column, right? So I'll just format nicely my code. That's the week number column, right? So that's the first column, right? So if we go on our project that we're working on, we have the days here, right? If we refresh, we should be able to see a column that is the number of the weeks, right? There we go. There's the number of the weeks, just like that, right? Exactly, perfect. So this is what we need, right? So even if we try to navigate to the other months, as you can see here, those week numbers are actually changing, right? Those week numbers are actually changing. So I think that was the reason why we could use a while loop here instead of having a for loop, right? Because a while loop can allow us to go either forward or backwards and receiving different numbers from that, right? Perfect. All right, then the next step now that we can work on is actually to have these dates boxes, right? We've done it already here, right? So instead of us having boxes like this, we're just gonna get these numbers, right? We're just gonna get all of these numbers, right? And from that, we can just get it from our 2D month array, right? So if you go in the sidebar, we actually have it in state already. This is this two-dimension month array, right? So we can just grab hold of that. That will be our second column, right? Second column. So this is the first column. We now need a second column that just gives us the dates. And on those dates, if a date, we just want to make some conditions. If it's the current date, like maybe on the 1st of October, just like this, we need to make sure like this background color and also the text of that particular date, right? So we've done this before. So without wasting time, I'm just gonna bring that column. I'm gonna call it the days grid, right? Dates. It's actually dates grid. So instead of saying days here, I can say it's a dates grid. So in that dates grid, we're gonna bring our two-dimensional array. So our two-dimensional array, remember the first section, it gives us a row. Then inside the row, we're going to get all of the columns, right? Let's check how we did it on the week view. Was it on the week view or month view? I think on the month view. On the month view. So I want to bring something like this. I want to bring a div, two-dimensional array, give it a fragment. From that fragment, then we can return another array as well here. Yeah, right? So it's an array within an array. So this is basically what you're going to bring in here. So instead of bringing a section as on the month view, what you can just basically bring is a div, right? We're gonna bring a div. It's going to have similar, class tailwind classes, right? Like a grid column 7, grid column, right? It's only the height and the spacing that's going to change here, right? So let's bring that here. If we bring it here, let's also make sure like we import the fragment, right? From React. So this fragment you can update, import from React, just like that. And also we are making use of this function here that is in our lib/utils. Let's also make sure we import it here, right? So what we did here, the class is just the same as on the month view. We only differentiating between the gap, right, or round, and also gap top and bottom, right? We're gonna make it rounded, smooth. I don't think we need this rounded. We don't really need it. I'm just gonna leave it like that. The text will be small, right? But now I'm gonna make this like a button. It should be clickable. We should have some later on, like if you wanna improve this project, right? On this button, same applies like when we click on a date, on a small calendar, on a real Google Calendar, right? You can have some functionality like to be taken to the events of that particular date, or to be taken to a certain, day in the year, right? In a specific year, right? But for now, I'm just gonna leave it like that. I'm not gonna put any, on click handlers, right? So this is what we have here, right? So if we hit format nicely and hit save, should go on our on our view here, and you can see we now have those dates just like that, right? We now have those dates, and if I navigate, they're actually working nicely, right? Okay, let me just click where it says today. I'm taken to today, and you can see if the date is today on the 7th, there's a specific highlighting, right? Blue background, and the text is white. All right, there's something I like to do on our I'm just gonna close everything here, these open tabs. Something I'll need to do, because if we go on our completed project, I'm just gonna refresh quickly, and rather let me close it and open it again. So would like this change, this icon or this small picture to be dynamically shown, or whether if the day is the 7th, like today, it should show the number 7. So for that, it's simple to do that. What you can do, remember in the beginning we had all these pictures that we got from Google, right? All these pictures that we got from Google, and you can see they've got a very clear pattern in terms of how they are named. Actually, the only thing that is changing is this number in between here. That's the only thing that's changing. Otherwise, the name conversion it's basically the same, right? So what we're going to do on our left side of our header, we now need to change this image that we have here. So instead of saying source, hard coding it like that, we can just simplify, not simplify, but we can just make a change to that and make sure like we get out of our today's date, right? So if we change our today's date, it can be a string which resembles a number, right? This today's date, it can be a string resembling a number, right? So what I want to do, I want to change this source here, right? And conditionally show or conditionally, fetch the type of image we need, right? So this is the code. Let me just format nicely like that, right? So I've changed this source, and we're now saying we're open curly brackets and we say calendar underscore, then we do a change here. We're getting rid of our today's date and tap into the date method, right? So if I hover on that date method, you can see it brings us, it gets the date of the month and it gives us a number, right? It gives us a number. Then we use the JavaScript method to string, so that we turn that number, if it's a 21, if it's a 7 as a number, we change it to a string. So once we are done with that, we can actually now be able to get these numbers here, right? You can see these 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 right? So let's hit save. Today is the 7th where I am when I'm doing this recording, so it means we should be able to see the number 7 here, right? I'm going to refresh quickly, and after refreshing, we should be able to see the number 7. There we go. You can see there's the number 7 showing, right? So we are done with that, right? So if you're like me, if you're done with this stage, I think we've done most of the things here that needs to be done, and we're using hard-coded data, or we're dynamically generating data on the go. Like for example, these event summaries, right? We're actually generating them on the go, and for that we are making use of our data.js. And yeah, if we tap into Day.js, right, we can be able to just randomly generate data that we need to use right now on the fly, right? Okay, but we are pretty much done with the design aspect of our calendar, right? You can see the way it looks. It shows actually today's date. We can be able to toggle, hide, or show sidebar just like that. We can be able to do a create event just like that, right? You can be able to select a date, right? Everything stays, right? So the next part that we just want to work on, we will do some changes in terms of our UI a little bit, not too much. Like for example, we're going to put an input here to be able to add an event description, right? But this is the calendar, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see. So we're gonna connect our database now, so that we can be able to save the data that we save here into a database, right? So before I do that, I just want to commit my code, right? Now let's hook up our database, and we're going to be using Neon, right? So I really encourage every one of you, to get, to experiment or get to use Neon, right? It's quite simple and straightforward to use. And one of the nice things I like with Neon database is that you can create a branch, right? Like for the working project that we are right now, the one which is deployed, you can see this is the main branch. So right now I can even create a new branch, right? If I create a new branch, I can even give it a name, right? Such that what I'm working on now for this tutorial, right, I can be able to use that branch as well, right? So for you, if you don't have an account, go ahead on Neon, make sure you create an account. It's easy and straightforward, right? Create an account, and the process is simple. It's actually simple to follow how to get hold of your connection string, right? I'm not going to create a new project here because I already have that project as well, right? So what I will just basically do on my side, I'll create a new branch, right? But on your side, you might need to create a project if you don't have Neon database, right? Okay. And to deal with our SQL and handling of our SQL, such that we don't write our own raw SQL, right, or SQL, right, I'm going to make use of Drizzle, right? Drizzle. And I'm going on this docs here, or rather this tutorial, where we are actually shown how we can be able to connect Drizzle with Neon Postgres, right? So what you need to do is you can just follow this guideline, right? So I'm going to do the same as well. I'm going to install Drizzle ORM and this one Drizzle Kit as a dependency, and I'm going to actually have this driver, right? Neon database / serverless. So this is a Neon serverless driver, and I'm also going to install .env for us to be able to handle our environmental variables. I've installed all the dependencies we need. So your .env is there, you can see, right? Neon database serverless is there, right? I can just show you in my package.json. There is the dependency number 1, then number 2 Drizzle ORM, number 3, and also a dev dependency, which is a Drizzle Kit, right? So I have those already, right? Then the next step that we need to do now is actually go into Neon, create a new branch. Mine, I just call it gc clone, right? I've created a branch. On your side, you don't necessarily need to create a branch. You need to create a new project, right? But since I've got a project already, what I can just do, I can do just branching, right? This is very important, right? And once I have my connection string like that, you also have it on your new project. You can look for a connection string which looks like this, right? So this string is the one that we need to use in our file here, which is the one that we're going to use to handle environmental variables. So let me quickly create that file because we don't have it here, because it's called .env.local, right? Just like that. And make sure you don't commit this to GitHub, right? Make sure you don't commit it, so you need to put it in your .git ignore, right? Make sure it's there in your .ignore, right? So that you don't commit this to GitHub, right? Okay, so once we have, then we can just copy this snippet here, or rather a connection string, or it's a connection string here, right? Then we have to paste it inside here. So this connection string is actually database URL, right? It's a database URL connection string, right? So the way we do it is just to say database URL is equals to that, right? So I can just bring it just like this, right? So there we go, we have our connection string, right? Since I'm on my local host right now, I'll remove this SSL mode require, right? I'm gonna remove that, right? I'm gonna remove it like that. I'm just gonna leave it like that, right? You can see I've named my database posts, right? You can name it anyhow, the way you like it. When you're creating a new project here, right, you can name it anyhow. But there are a lot of tutorials that show you how to create a project from Neon. It's just a 5 minutes thing that you have to do, right? But this tutorial is not about connection string to Neon, right? It's about showing you how you can save your events or your post into Neon, right? Okay, right, so we have it. I'm just gonna hit save here, and I'm gonna close this, right? Then the next step now we can do, I'm just gonna hit close here as well, right? And you can see there's a gclone here, right? So what I'm going to do now is to follow what we are being told here on Drizzle ORM. So once I have that connection string, then you need to create .env. We've done that. Then we've set our connection string in our .env.local, just like that. Then the next step you need to do now is to create a file called db.ts, right? So on the root of my project here, right, I'm just going to create a new directory. I'm going to call it db, just like that, database, right? Then inside db, I'm going to create a file called drizzle, right? Inside, I'm just going to create a file called drizzle.ts, right? And also I need a separate file that I'll call schema.ts, right? Then in my Drizzle.js, what I need is basically this here, right? This is what I need in my Drizzle, right? But I'm gonna do a little bit of tweaking here. I'm gonna do a little bit of tweaking. Instead of importing, I can import some exactly like this, right? So this is how I'm gonna to tweak my Drizzle.js. I'll make sure like I import schema already. I'll import everything from schema, right, and make it available here just like that, right? So you can see it's basically the same. Import Drizzle from neon HTTP, neon database, serverless.env. The only thing I've added is this, right? And also make sure like you put it here as an object here, right? So let's now create, or rather let's populate our schema, our .schema file, right, with some data, right? So in our schema, you can check on our post, right? We've done that already, I think, in our lib, right? If we take a look at our events here, there's an ID, a date, a title, and a description. So this is the type of schema that we need, right? Exactly, right? So what you can now do is on this stage to create this schema. You can see how you do it in Drizzle. You can use all these properties, or rather, methods you can import them from Drizzle, right? Drizzle ORM, right? I'm gonna be Neon actually uses Postgres under the hood, so we make sure like we import that from what PG core, right? Okay, let's go inside now our schema, and what we need is that ID, date, title, and description, right? So there we go. We can import PG table from Drizzle ORM. We need a type of a text, timestamp, and serial, right? Just like that. So we create our table, which is called events table. Our events table, I'm gonna name it events table instead of saying events, right? But in the database, it can be just events like that, right? Then I'll have an ID, which is of a type serial. Date, it's a timestamp, right? So all of these, they are not null. You need to submit them, right? They need to be available in the database, right? So once I'm done with that, I can just hit save, right? If we follow now our tutorial here, say set up a Drizzle config file, create drizzle.config.ts in the file root of your project, right? So inside the root of my project, inside here, I need to create that file. It's called drizzle.config.ts, right? So this one allows us now to make sure like we give directions in terms of where to fetch our schema. So basically it's like we're telling Drizzle kit where our schema is located, and if we do migrations, where those migrations should reside, and also make available our database URL as well, right? So we can just follow exactly like this. So I'm going to have my migrations folder inside my DB, right? So what I'm going to do is just to basically do this. You have this type of a code here, right? I'll import everything from .env. This allows us to deal with environmental variables, right? And I'll specify where my environmental variables are with this .config here, right? And I'm letting know like from the defined config, right? My schema is actually located in db/schema, and for the migrations, put them in /db/migrations. The dialect is Postgres, and for my credentials, you can just fetch them on this URL, just like that. Okay, cool. Right, so once we are done with that, now we can actually now be able to run npx drizzle generate, so that you can be able to generate what our SQL queries here, SQL files or queries, right? So we need to be able to generate something like this, right, and be able to migrate it to our Neon, right? So let's go into our console, right, and run that command, npx drizzle kit, just like that. Then after that, we also need to run this, right? Okay, you can see it's generating here, and there's a migrations folder that has been created inside here, right? All right. Okay, you can see it says your SQL migration file, blah blah blah, with that fancy name has been created. Let's look into our migrations, and let's look at this SQL file. You can see there is my SQL created. I now have a table called events that will be created in my database, and there's an ID, date, title, and description, right? So once you're done like that, we now need to run this thing of migrate, npx drizzle kit migrate, so that we can be able to push these changes into our new database, right? So let's see what happens there, right? So if you come here, we have tables, right? So it seems as if there's some changes. Let's see. It's applying migrations. Migrations applied successfully, right? So if I come inside my gclone, let me just refresh this and see what I'm able to get. All right. Okay. I'm not so sure how this. So this one says events. Actually, I think I've named my database to be called events instead of posts, right? But it's fine, I'll leave it like that, right? So our database setup is good, right? It's set up nicely. So now I'm just gonna quickly close these, right? Let's now go into how we can be able to, make a post or create an event, right? All right, so for that, I'll need to create a file inside my app directory. I need to create a folder, right? The folder is going to be called actions. We're going to be using server actions, right? So I just need to have all my server actions to be in a organized in a particular directory. So I'm just going to create a new directory. I'm going to call it actions, right? Inside actions, we need event actions. I'm going to name a file, create a file here called event actions .ts, right? So in my event actions, we're going to receive form data from the front end, and once we receive that front data, we're gonna do a simple validation, right? Simple validation, and we're going to insert what we receive from the front end. We're gonna insert it into our database, right? So we now need to create a server action, right? And for that, we need this declaration here on top to make sure like this runs on the server, right? Say use server, right? And now let's create a server action function. I'm going to say export const. I just like to make it a function, right? An async function, right? So let me just say function, just like that. Right. Okay, cool. It's going to be called create event. Create event, and it's going to have a parameter which is form data. Form data, right? The type is actually of form data type, right? So this is a native type, right? It's a native type here. Right. So if we hover over it, you can see it's an interface, right? Provides a way to easily construct blah 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 blah, all those things, right? Okay, cool. Right, so it's not one of the types that we've created on our own. Nope. Okay. All right, so this should be an async function because it's going to handle some database work, right? So we need to make this function an async, and we need to export it because we're going to use it in a different file, which is basically some maybe where it says event pop over here, right? That's where we're going to use it, right? So let's say export. It's going to be an async function because we're going to be handling some async functions here, right? So from our form data, what you're going to be receiving from the front end is basically the title, description, date, and the time, right? So most of these ones we're going to receive them as strings, right? So let's bring them here. So let's create variables: title, description, data, and time. And let's make sure like we get that from our form data, right? So we say form data.get title, form data.get description, all of this is string, right? Then we'd like to return something to the front end, right? So the way we can do it, we can just say we'll make this a promise, right? And we'd like to return either an error or success to the front end, to the user, right? Depending on a certain event, right? So for that, I'm just gonna use destructuring here, where I can be able to create an error which is of a type string, and the success is of a type boolean, right? Cool, just like that, right? All right, just like that. And I'm receiving some errors here. A function whose declared type is neither undefined or void. Okay, we're gonna return a value later on. It wants me to return a value, right? Okay, so we're gonna do just a simple error handling here, right? Simple. We don't want to complicate things here, right? We want to make sure like if none of these are provided, right, we can just return an error to the user to say all fields are required, right? And also, since our date is of a type string here, we just need to convert it into a way that is acceptable inside my Postgres database, right? So let me quickly go into my dashboard in my Neon database dashboard, and I'm gonna look into what am I looking for? I'm looking not the G clone, I'm looking for this main, right? So on that main, I can look where it says post here. Relation events does not exist, it's fine. I need a date which is actually handled by the Postgres, and it can be saved just like this in the database, right? So I need a way of being able to make sure like I have that date that can be saved like that, but when I get it on my front end, I can be able to change that date as well to be readable to the user, right? So what we're going to do is just to create a constant here. We're going to call it date time. So we say const date time, then we give it a new object, right? So let's hover on this date time, right? It's of a type date. You can see it's of a type date here, right? So we've basically changed this string to be of a type date, right? Cool, right? Then once we receive all this from the front end, now what we can be able to do is to make an insert into our database, right? So it's just basically what we're doing here, following this tutorial here, right? Following this tutorial on our Drizzle tutorials here, right? So what we want to do is an insert. So this is update, this is delete. We need insert data, or rather create data. So we need to follow something like this, right? Await db insert post table. So ours is going to be events table, right? So now we need a try and catch block here, right? Try and catch block. So we need a try and catch block there, right? So in our try, we're just going to say await database, right? Await db.insert events table, then we insert the values, right? And we specify which values you want to insert here. Okay, so we need to import db from Drizzle, from db/Drizzle, right? So we're importing database from db Drizzle. This is the db that we're exporting here, right? So we import it here. Also need to import schema, our table from /db/schema, just like that, right? And make sure, take note here, right? What we are inserting as a date is actually a date type into a database, not a string, right? So we're instead inserting 1, 2, 3, right? The ID is going to be created on the fly, right? Okay, then there's something that we need to do. If this insert is successful, we just need to revalidate the path, right? You're gonna see everything in action soon. So this is a method that we're going to be using. We can import it from Nextjs, right? Let's import it. Let me auto import, right? Import it from next/cache, right? Okay, you're gonna see this in action, right? So this means it's a success, right? So if its success is true, we can just return success. Yeah, right. I'm gonna give you some comments as well. Return success instead of validate path directly, right? Here we can just revalidate path and return a success response, then we return success. So instead of saying return revalidate, we can just hit revalidate path here and return our boolean, which is success is equals to true. Okay. Otherwise, if there's an error, we can just return an error to let the user to say there's an error in creating the event. So we can just return the error just like that. Okay, so we are done creating our server action, right? Or server action just like that. We're done creating it. Now we need to use it, right? So for us to use it, first of all, I'm just going to deal with, being able to create an event. As you can see on our project, I didn't go all the way to be able to update that event, right? That's a task that you can give yourself, you can give yourself a challenge to do that, right? Okay. On this event pop over file, you can see we're just handling our own submit handler is just, it doesn't do anything, right? It doesn't do anything rather than just prevent default, right? So we're gonna create a function here, which should be an async function that we can be able to, trigger our server action, right? But you remember from our, server action, we have a promise, right? That we are sending to the front end, either an error or a success, right? So I would like to quickly create two variables, and I'm gonna keep them in state. Rather, I would like to create three variables and keep them in state, right? Right. The first thing, I will need to have the selected time, right? Because if we go onto our project here, if I click here on my event, I need a variable to set the selected time, right? Or to keep track of the selected time. So, right, I need that, number one. And also we're going to have a way of tracking the inputs here from the user, right? So let's quickly create local state for some of those things, right? I'm just gonna bring them here. So I'm gonna use use state here, right? So let me bring them here and let me import use state, right? From React, import it from React, right? I'm going to keep track of the selected tab, which is this. Then also I'm going to keep track of errors, just in case we're trying to do, a database entry, but we receive an error from our server action. We need to get out of that and be able to show it to the user, right? If there's a success, we can keep track of that. Since we are, making a database call here, we need this hook, which is a React hook called use transition, right? So make sure you update it from React as well. If you hover on it, you can see the documentation, right? What it says, right? I'm interested with these statements here. Say if some state update causes a component to suspend, that state update should be wrapped in a transition. So that's basically what we're going to do. We're gonna wrap our own submit function in a transition, sort of. So that's the way we're gonna do it. It's simple. So now let's just go on down here and create an async function. So I'm gonna say async. It's just an async normal function, right? The name of it, I'm just gonna call it on submit so that we know what's happening. The parameter it's going to take is form data, right? So it's form data of a type form data as well, right? Form data type, just like that, right? Then what we can do when we are starting out here, we can set the error variable and the success variable to just now values, right? Now or empty values, right? Then now let's wrap our database call in a transition, right? So the way we can do it, we can just say start transition, right? Start transition, just like that, right? Then we'll wrap our try and catch in that function, sort of, right? So let me bring that here. Let me bring here that. So we wrap everything in a start transition, just like that. You can see in a start transition, it's a function, it's an async function, right? And let's make sure like we are doing our database call inside there. So inside this start transition, we have our try and catch block, right? We're waiting for a result from our server action. Make sure you import your server action here from actions. We're waiting for the result. So if there's an error in that result, then set the error, right? Set our error to that error that we receive. Otherwise, if you send a success, then set that success as well, right? Okay, cool. And we need to have a sort of a delay, sort of, right? So that when a user submits something, there's a little delay, and we need to close this dialog automatically, right? We don't want manually close it like that. We want the dialog to close on its own. So we can set a time out there, then we can call the function on close, so that after 2 seconds this dialog closes, right? Okay, cool. Then basically we can just set an error. If there's an error that we didn't look out for, we can set it like just like that, right? So this on submit function, now let's now go and use it here, right? Instead of just having a prevent default, let's have our on submit function just like that. All right, I'm receiving an error. Why is it like that? For is not assigned with the form event form data blah blah blah. Is it comfortable? It's fine, we'll fix that later on. Right? So it's actually not on submit equals on submit. This is a form action, right? So instead of having an on submit, it's actually an action here, just like that. Cool, right? Hopefully then our error is supposed to go, right? What other errors are we facing? Set timeout error success, right? Okay, so just in case we receive an error, we'll handle that here later on, right? We now need to make changes to our form. We now need to make changes to our form. This first div, instead of just saying text, right, or just text just like that, we can give it, because we need the name of this input here to be the title, right? So that first div should actually change. We just make some additions, right? So we make the name to be title, right, on that first div, right? Then on the second div, it's actually basically nothing, because this is not doing anything, right? Then on the on this div here, on this div that we handle time now, we need a way of being able to pass the props to our add time component. We need a way to pass props there, right? Let me just do like this so that I can be able to see, right? So on this add time here, we need to whenever time is selected, we need to pass that as a prop to the add time component, right? And we also need hidden inputs that we don't see, but we actually need that data. Remember, on our schema, we also need a date and a selected time, right? So we need those hidden inputs here. We don't want it from the user, because we actually get them here, right, on the fly. We get them on ourselves, right? So let's make a change to that div, right? I'm gonna make a change to that div. Instead of having that, we're gonna bring something like this, right? You can see our add time component now receive this on time select, right? This on time select, which means we need to go into our add time component and give it that prop, which is called on time select. So let's go inside our add time. We don't have props that we're receiving here, So we're going to make a change now to that on props, and we're gonna give it a function. It's of a type of a function which just receives a time, right, in a form of a string, right? So inside our time, we need an on time select, right, which is a function that receives time, right? Okay, so we now need on our select, do we have a select, or on this button, right? On this button, we need an on click function which is called handle time select. That's the one we have already, right? We have it already. So where are we having the challenge here? So we now need to use that on time select function on this end time select here. That's where we need to use it. So let's insert it here, right? So when we handle time click, we set the selected time, then we pass that time to our on select function, just like that. Okay, so let's hit save. We have the errors, they're gone here, right? Okay, let's go back to our event pop over. We're still having some errors, which is the error success and is pending, right? Let's proceed to, okay, we are done with this div here. Let's now go to the next div on our event pop over, which is basically to change this div where our button is. So we can change this div where our button is, right? So on that div, what we can do, we can get hold of is pending. Did we make a variable for that? Is pending from start transition, right? Okay, cool. So once we have that, so let's make a change to that div, that button inside that div, right? So instead of having just this row button, let's wait for, if there is a database call and the is pending, it's actually true, we can just set the name to saving. Otherwise we can just let it to save, right? Okay, cool, just like that. Then the last thing on down here now, if either we have an error or success, we just need to show it to the user, right? So for that, we can just get hold of the error and success variables, then set them here. So if there's an error, show a p tag which shows error. If it's the success, show success, right? Just like that. So it's actually a boolean, so we're supposed to say something and we just call it success, simply like that. Just a word called success, right? Hope everything's gonna work well, right? Okay, cool. So the other things you need to make changes into our code base actually is to change the input fields, right? Or rather to add some input fields. So quickly, what you just need to do, make sure you have the input, which is on a name type text, right? Then followed by this div that does nothing actually. It just shows the buttons like event. This we had it when we're designing everything, just leave it like that. Then also we've done with this selected time as well, right? Where we have hidden inputs here, which is input type hidden, which is a name, date, and also the time. So we're getting hold of the title, number 1, number 2, the date, number 3, the time, right? So the next thing is actually the description on this following div, which is actually called guests. You can just leave it like that. It's a challenge to you if you want to work on it so that you can be able to show guests. It's a challenge to you. I'm gonna leave it. Make sure now you add this div, which is actually a description, and make sure you import all these icons from React icons, right? And also the cn right, from our /use /lib/utils. You get it from here, right? Okay, make sure you have that. Okay, so, and this last div, it's actually of no use as well. Just put it there for cosmetic purposes, right? So we are now getting off the values, right? Your description, number 1, the time, the date, and the title. We're getting that, right? So if you hit save, you should be able to see those now. So let me hit save. If you go to a project here that is refreshed, if I click here, I can be able to see the title, the time, then the description, the add guest, I'm just going to leave it like that. You can see something here saying it's saving, right? It says all fields are required, right? It should not happen like that, to say whenever I click on all some of these things it hits save. It means we have a button which is not a tab button, right? So the first button is actually a tab button, right? So this one is actually good. I can do like that. That button is actually good. What's the name of that title? It says icon handle close. Make sure it's a tab button, because all buttons act as if they're, you know, on submit buttons, right? Then this only is the one that is on submit, which is fine. Let's look inside here. Do we have a button? We don't have a button here, right? Then inside here it's an input. Inside here it's an input, hidden inputs as well. Then inside here, what do we have here? It's an input as well. So this button now, those are the ones that you need to change to be of a tab button, right? So all of these, just add them to be type of a button, then type of a button, just like that, so that you don't have a default way of how the form is behaving, right? Okay, we're still having an error, which is an is defined but never used. What you can do is just simply remove it like that, right? And format everything and hit save, right? So once we hit save, let's just get now to test our form, right? I'm gonna close here and do a refresh. Our form is fully refreshed. I'm just gonna click on a certain date, like on the 16th, like that. It's a Wednesday, the 16th. I'm not gonna add anything, and I'm just gonna hit save. If I hit save, it says all fields are required. This means this error is actually functioning well, because what we said from our actions, we are returning a promise as well, right? We're returning a promise. And if there's an error of a type string, that error should be called what? Okay, there we are. That error should be called all fields are required, right? I'm just gonna add one title here, right? Exactly, right? Okay, just like that, and I hit save again. Still all fields are required, right? So let me say test gc clone version 1, right? And I'll select the time. The time that I'll select is 7:45, right? We don't worry about guests. We're gonna add a description and call it blah blah blah, just like that, right? We all have all the fields. Let me hit save. You can see there's a pending saving, right? And it says success, right? Which means once that is successful, you can see there's a auto closing of that particular dialog, right? Exactly. So we can't see the event here because we need to fetch those events as well. But before we do that, let's go into our database. Let's see if we have successfully managed to do an entry, to have an entry in our database, right? So let's wait for it to refresh currently, right? Date is refreshed. Let's make sure we are in the actual branch that we need, which we called GCC clone, right? But for you, it can be the main branch, right? So on the GCC clone, our table is called events, right? That's how we named it. On our schema, where is our schema? On our schema here, that's how we named our table events, just like that. So inside there, you can see test GCC clone, description is called blah blah blah, right? Now we need to fetch this data from the database and be able to show it to the user, or rather on our UI, right? So for that, let me just quickly close these, close all of these, right? And now let's go into our page. So we need a function of being able to fetch those events, right? If we fetch those events, then let's see how we can be able to display them. To fetch events from our database, let's make use of our page component, our main page component, which is actually currently a server component, right? So if we go in there, we can actually create a function just on top. You can create it in a different file and be able to call it here, right? But for now, let's just put it there, right? So we're going to create a function, a function is called get events data, right? We can make a query to a database, find many events as we need, right? There'll be some couple of tweaks that we need to do. Remember, when you get our data from the database, especially the date part, it's actually converted again into a type of a string. So we need a way to be able to change that. Okay, so let's just quickly do that and see what I'm trying to talk about. The name of the function is called get events. I can tell it get events data, right? It's an arrow function, but it's an async arrow function. So right, async, just like that. Okay, cool. And what I can just do, I can just say promise any. Okay, so for now, let me not do promise. Let's see some errors that we can see here, if there are any, and see how we can be able to fix them, right? I'll put everything in a try and catch block, right? So in a try and catch block, I'll need to get hold of data. I'll put them in a variable. I'll say const data, right, is equals to await, right? We are awaiting our db.query. db.query, do you have query? No, I'm saying db, right? The one that we import from Drizzle. I'm saying I can have this method, which is a query method, just like that, right? Dot events table, right? Events table, that like that. Then I would like to have find many. I need to bring all the events that we have, right? So you can see now, if I hover on the data, I'm receiving this data type, a date, an ID, title, string. The date type is of a type date, right? You can see, right? So let's proceed if we're going to receive an error, right? Then I'll just need to retain that data for now. I can just say retain that data, right? Otherwise, if there's an error, right, I can just console log an error, but I can just return something, right, to prevent some unnecessary errors showing to the user, right? I can just return an empty array, but I can just log that error just like that, right? So it's an async function, which means we need to change this home function, right, to be async as well. But I can just quickly do something like this, say const database events, right? Make sure you just name these to be events, because there is a native type called events as well, or native function called events, right? So you can see await, do you mean to mark this is an async function? Yes. So let's change this to be an async. Now it's an async function, and those db events would like to use them in the main view, right? In the main view here, that's where we need to use those events. So let's give a property into this. There's a better way of fetching data, right? You can use a React query, but for the demonstration purposes here, right, let me just simply put it as a prop, just like that. Okay, right? You can see our main view does not have those properties, right? So let me go now in my main view. As a prop, I'm supposed now to receive those events, right? So in my main view, I need events data, right? And the events data, it's going to be an array, right? Which is of a type calendar event type, right? So if I go, do I have my types here? I think I have my types in my store, which is this type. This is the kind of type I need, right? Please take note of my date as well. Now it's of a type Day.js now, right? That's what we did earlier on, right? So we use Day.js to be able to manage our dates, right? We're going to use Day.js. So we'll leave it like that. Then we'll find a way of manipulating the date that we get from the database to be of the type Day.js as well, right? So I was in my main view. Then inside here, let's receive those props now, just like that. So we need events data, and here let's just receive this type from our store, right? Okay, where are we receiving it? There we go. There's that type, right? Okay, so once we have that, we need a way of always quickly updating our UI. Whenever there's an event edit, we need a way of quickly updating, make sure like our events are always updated. For that, I'm going to use a use effect, right? A use effect hook, and it's going to be dependent on the events data that we get whenever the event is added in the database, and also we need to set the events as a dependency as well, right? Okay, cool. So while we are there, I'm going to come to that later on. I'm going to put a use effect hook here, right? But now I need to make changes, right? What is saying? It's saying date, type date string title blah blah blah, ID is not compatible, the number is not assignable to type date, the type property ID is incompatible, right? Which means we need to make changes as well into how our data is being presented here, right? Okay, so for me to be able to do that, I can just go back again into my get events data, right? I also need to manipulate the data, the date that we receive from here, which is of a type date, to be Day.js, right? So what I can do, I can simply convert the Day.js object into a simple ISO string, right? So for me, what I'm just going to do simply here is to do this, is to do it like that, and let me make sure like I import Day.js just like that, so that we don't have errors in terms of presenting our date, right? So once I have that, I hit save. I'm still receiving an error here. We're gonna fix it later on. For now, let me just bring in my use state here, use state hook, right? So that whenever there is an event edit, it quickly shows you, it updates here, right? So for that use effect, you depend on the events data as well as a function, as a setter function, which is set events, so that, you know, whenever set event is triggered, the events data is updated, right? I think you can use React query for that, but for now we're just going to use effect so that we can make our way easier for the purpose of demonstrating what we are doing. So here is our use effect, right? Our use effect, you can see there's a variable we're getting the mapped events, the ones that we get as a prop from the parent component pages, right? It's an array. We just want to make sure like everything is according to how we would like it. Our date type, we're going to change it to Day.js, right? And you pass in the event.date, right? And we actually import, let's import this use effect, right? If we import that use effect, and also we need set events from our global state, right? So whenever there is an events data change, we set event, and we also update our events data, right? Okay, cool, perfect, like that, right? So it means now what we need to do, if we go into our, is it month view box, where we have our month events here, right? We need to change these, right? Instead of getting these hard-coded events here, right, we can actually get from state, right? So we need to make a change in terms of what we get from state, right? So let's make sure we also get events from state, right? If we get those events from state, those are the ones that we're going to use here on our event renderer here, right? And let's just remove that hard-coded data here, just like that. Let's hit save. We should be able to see our events here, right? We should be able to see our events. So while that is loading, I can actually do the same for the week events as well. You see, we're getting hard-coded data from week events here. You can see there is our events that we're getting from the database. So you can see on the week event as well, what I would like to get the events from state, global state. Make sure you import them here on top and remove those hard-coded data just like that. Hit save as well, right? You can also do it in the day view, right? So in our day view, we also need to bring those events here, right? And make sure we pass them on our event renderer like that. right? Pass them on event renderer, and we need to get rid of these day events, hard coded it just like that. Hit save, right? Perfect. So you can see on the month it's actually working. We have on the 16th there is an event here. If you look at it, you can see there's an event, and also here there's an event, right? That's our month view. And also our week view, can check there's no event showing currently, but our timer is still showing exactly as it is. Let's go to the dates where there are events. So let me click on today. Let me go to, where did we add the event? There it is. It was on the 30th. There is an event, and it's corresponding to the actual time. Let me go to the day. It's saying 28th here, right? Let me navigate to the 30th. Okay, there's an event on the 16th as well as on the 30th, right? So on the 30th there's an event, and it's corresponding to the timeline, right? So you can see this is it, ladies and gentlemen, right? So for the day, let me click where it says today. Let me add an event which is actually this time, right? So you say Monday 7th October. I have to select a time actually, and the time should be 1500 hours, right? All right, 1500 hours like that. And I can just add blah 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 blah, then just add some random here. Let me make it more specific. I can just say 7th Monday, right? Just like that. If I hit save, it's saving. After some time, then this will close. There it is on that specific time, right? So it's working on our day. Let me go to the week view. Let me go to, it's actually showing here as well. Here it's on a Monday 7th, it's actually showing here, right? Let me click on a Saturday on 1000 hours, right? You can see it's not actually taking the time as it is, right? So this is a challenge as well that you can do. So you can always select a time, 1000 hours. Then I can say this is gonna be on the Saturday 12th, right? And we can say event. I can add some random things here. Hit save, success. After some time it closes on its own. It's actually there on that particular time frame, right? These entries, you can actually check them in the database as well. They're being persisted in the database as well, right? So right now we can say we're mostly done with our application, right? It's just a couple of things that we need to fix, right? So let me close everything here and go back again to the page, right? So on our page here, we're still having an error on this here, right? Let's first of all check into the database. You can see all the events are being put into the database just like that, right? And they're corresponding to the timeline that we're showing it there, right? Okay, I'm gonna close this, and let's look at our calendar in full. Date is fully functional, right? If I click on today, we're on today's date. I can navigate to the different dates here, right? Okay, there's something I want you to do. First of all, it was to fix this error, right? So once we fix this error, we can just commit this to the GitHub as well, right? So let's see how we can fix that error. So this is actually a TypeScript error, right? Because if you hover on it on this, it says, you know, it's expect a type of a calendar type event, right? But for us, we have a date type of, which is a type of a string here, right? It's not actually Day.js, right? So for me to be able to fix this, I'll just quickly do a hack here, right? We can just convert this to event of calendar event type, and actually it's an array, right? But still we're getting an error. We can just say as unknown as calendar event type, right? So there we go, right? So you can see, ladies and gentlemen, our project is complete, and we have a functional Google Calendar clone, right? There's so much that you can do here, right? There's so much that you can do, and if you have liked this video, I'll really like your support. There's so many ways where you can support me. You can support by subscribing to this channel. The other thing you can do, I'm going to put a link where you can be able to buy some of my projects that I make. Like for example, currently I do have a template that you might be interested on. If you go on this URL, there's a multi-vendor template that you can just buy from me. It's one of the ways to support me as well. Or you can just simply buy me a coffee, right? So on this link here, there are some of the projects that I'm making, and I'm making them available to you, right? You can actually go and be able to do a purchase. Like for example, if we go on the products, there are upcoming products as well as this current product that is available, and the rest they're just upcoming. If you look into it, you can see it's a multi-vendor food delivery template. You can take a look at it on the demo. There's a live demo for it, as well as a video demo on terms of how to use it, right? So those are some of the ways where you can support me. It's actually a reusable, nice to have template for your application or your SaaS, right? Thank you so much.